the meeting started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's go ahead and have the highway department get us started today.
Good morning, sir. How is everybody? Good. It's Friday.
Yeah. I listened to the council meeting the other day. Heard you end with your go chiefs.
Yes. I had a good
Started.
prompt with that.
It started.
Had a good prompt with that. Okay, item one, here at 10 o'clock and 10:05, we're going to be opening sealed bids for the vibratory roller and our brine truck. So look forward to seeing what we've got there. Item two is a transfer of appropriations. We had to place additional signage required by NDOT for bridge posting, which has caused us to require more money and signs so we can get those up. I'd like to transfer $2,500 from our MVH stone and move it to the MVH signs. A copy of that transfer is on the second page of your handout. So that's simply a commissioner transfer.
I move that we approve the transfer of appropriations as presented.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is a request for additional appropriations. Our tires and repair line items are running low. As we head into the fall maintenance season, I'd like to request an additional appropriation of $25,000 into our equipment repair line item and $10,000 in tires and tubes in the MVH fund, and also an additional appropriation of $2,000 from county general into the sanitation tires and tubes line items as well. So that'd be, I guess, three different ones there, and that is on the third page of your handout.
So the 2,000 for county general sanitation comes out of the funds from sticker sales, or is that from something else?
It's
County General.
County general, yeah. Yeah, we don't have a tires and tubes in the sticker fund, so.
I mean, is that where we should take it? Sandy, if you have a thought on that, does it matter where it comes from?
It's whichever fund you want it to come out of. The sticker fund is separate from that.
Yeah, I don't think it's been a long time since we've done an additional through that fund. If we took it out of sticker fund, we would have to, so we don't have a tires and tubes line item in sticker fund, so that's why we're doing it here, so.
Anybody have any thoughts?
The 25 and the 10, where's that coming from?
That's MVH.
Coming
That's
from MBA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure how to read it, or to in MBH, okay. From MBH, okay.
Mhm.
Commissioner Hostetter?
That's fine.
All right. I think that's fine by me.
Yep.
I move that we approve the proposed additional appropriations of 10,000, 25,000, and 2,000.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. And our final item, a longtime favorite, is going to return. going to, beginning on Monday, October the 3rd, our recycling centers will resume trash bag sticker sales to the public. With our worker safety in mind, I've purchased some plexiglass to put in front of the windows. We're gonna continue to do the transactions through the window. We'll have like a 6-inch opening so that cash and stickers can be handed out that way. The door will remain closed. We won't allow anybody in the sites, again, for their protection. So we are still going to provide a place for batteries and magazines outside the door. Correct change will be provided to any customers who come to the window. Sticker costs are going to be $1.50 per sticker, and 1 sticker per 45-gallon bag. Any larger bags will require another sticker larger than the 45. Large item dumpster site in Ferdinand is going to require 8 stickers per item deposited, and we will have no sticker sales in advance. Now, what I am looking at doing at the dumpster site, we're gonna look into something that is gonna have like a different sort of a sticker, so we're not discarding 8 stickers per item. We'll have like a large item sticker, so we're only getting rid of 1. So I'm gonna phase that in, at least for the time being. That's equivalent to the $12 that we normally charge per item that goes in that dumpster. So should be able to take care of that.
What's the reason you got no stickers sold in advance?
We will be doing a training and a handout to everybody on Wednesday before Monday, and that just, we figured it would be a neater package. I mean, we gotta have a start date for sales of stickers for State Board of Accounts.
Oh, you mean you don't want to sell them in advance of October 3rd? Not
Right,
that on,
yeah.
on October 4th, I can buy 20 stickers.
You can buy it.
That's what I thought. I thought you weren't going to sell them then. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Anything else?
I don't think I have anything for Steve. Anyone else?
I don't know.
On the window, the plexiglass, you'll have that, they'll be able to seal that when it gets down to 0 outside.
Should be. Yeah.
Sounds cold.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have an issue.
Now, is this, kind of for the attendants, like, are they still a little wishy-washy about COVID, or?
Not so much. And that's why I had a meeting to discuss, just to kind of test the temperature there a little bit to see if we were gonna have some sort of an issue there before we made this go through, and everybody felt fine with it, and they all like the idea of the plexiglass. That way there is some protection there, and then keep the sheds closed, so everybody's fine with that. So we've got quite a few new ones who, since they've been hired on, have not dealt with stickers. So we are going to have a training on the last Wednesday of the month to get them in, and we're going to do it in groups of 3 with an experienced person teaming up with non-experienced, so we can go through and teach them how it all works and the cash that they need and all that. So there'll be a refresher course for the ones who have been here before, and something new for the other guys. So. And Michaela as well. So that's all of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go Chief.
Thank you.
Okay. Countywide bridge inspection. So I sent you guys an email with a rough draft for phase 1 that I have reviewed it. I'd be recommended for approval. Didn't know if I could get approval from you guys and some signatures on the title sheet here. If you guys have had a chance to review it, you know it's a really good read. It's fun. It's a lot of data.
A lot of things there, yeah.
So, if you guys are okay with it, that's the title sheet that needs signed. I need an autograph on. It doesn't have to be blue or anything special. It just needs to be dark ink. So,
I looked at it, I think if I had any comments, I made them, but I don't even remember if I made a comment this year or not, but I did review it. So I think I'm okay with it.
Zeroed in on certain bridges that I was familiar with just to understand it. And,
and we're right on base. There was nothing too new on it. Everything was proper. So, the new federal guidelines on emergency vehicle postings, that's what Steve had additional appropriation for, but that's everybody across the country has to do that. Not a big deal. The bridges are still in good shape. It's just got a posting on it for emergency vehicles that we don't even have in the county.
All right, that being said, I'm gonna move that we approve the bridge inventory inspection summary report for phase 1 of 2022.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, then on the same topic, I got an invoice from American Structure Point, the amount of $14,134.05. I have reviewed it, and I do recommend it for approval. They did give me a breakdown on it, if you guys wanna know, but and they are, the only thing I have to work on is this office work. They're just got about 5% of our office work to do, and actually it's taking care of this once this is in, and then phase 1 will be complete.
I mean, we have a contract with them, and that 14 falls within the contract.
Correct.
I don't have any problem with that. I move that we approve paying the invoice of $14,134.05 for American Structure Point.
Second.
Other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, Safe Streets for All plan, nothing new to report there. I've got a phone call hopefully tomorrow, if not this afternoon, to go over some clarifications on the proposal. I guess they want to break down the financial, so I gotta talk to Structure Point about that, and talk to the Fed. That's what I need to do exactly. Nothing there. The last thing I've got, last major thing, but our Cusco Road South, sorry, I'm going to list and jumping in. So, we're open bids at 9. So, wait till 9 o'clock on that. The last thing I got is the driveway waiver. So, Rochelle Frank, she bought property on 325 East. I thought she was going to be here. There she is right there. So, what it is, she's bought property on 325 East. This is her property, 2501. This is her property. That's hers there. So,
So is her frontage going from the driveway to
the
the
south.
end marker here, this, from there to there?
That's it.
And how many feet is it?
I don't know what the exact road frontage is, but it's not very much. Probably 300 feet, 200 feet. So the issue is that their side distance is not there. To the north, she has adequate side distance, 600 feet plus. To the south, she's only got 200. Now, as you can see to the south, there's a couple trees there. Trees, it's got a bend in it, and it's got a hill. There's a lot of things working against it, unfortunately. But with all that being said, this neighbor, she has worked to try to get other options. This neighbor does not want her to access. This one doesn't gate or anything, because then you're looking the other way. So you're kind of doing both ways. As far as drainage wise, 12-inch pipe's going to be adequate. There's nothing new there. It is just simply the site distance. So did you bring up paperwork?
I did.
So she's, yeah, we do need, Greg, can you notarize that? Yeah. Okay. So let me notarize it, but that's what mine. So she has signed on the waiver, she's reviewed the waiver. It's the same one we always present, have them do, so. What's your guys' opinion and approval if deemed, if not, we know where to go. So, off of 56, Dubois Road Northwest.
Oh.
What is it, they call it, that sawdust, things they call those up there, who owns those? Who owns those sawdust bins right there? Off through, what is that, what they call that? Who owns them?
I think Keith Mack.
Yeah, massive
I
sawdust.
don't know about that area. I was trying to figure out. What's, I mean, is there a lot of traffic on this road or?
It's not a heavily traveled. No.
I'd say,
Oh, yeah, well under 500 today, yeah, well under 500, 200. Unfortunately, it's just the lay of the land up there. There's nothing
Yeah.
flat up there. It's flat and curvy, hilly, it's just, options are slim to none. And she did try to find other routes, it just doesn't happen.
What other names on the property?
What is it?
Okay, Gary, Isaac, John, Kenneth, Matthew, looking for Frank was the last name.
Well, it's probably on hers yet, they can record.
And was it your recommendation to approve it?
Yeah, unfortunately, just like to do the geometry of the land, I do recommend that we grant her the waiver, which releases us from liability if God or anything happens.
I'm sorry, I was looking here, you say the neighbors, one of them is objecting?
No. They're not objecting to the driveway itself. They're objecting to, we tried to see if we could utilize this driveway.
Okay,
Because this is an existing driveway, it's wide, you can see better, but they wouldn't let her utilize it. And then this driveway here, we don't gain anything because there's hills and trees here as well. You're on one side of the hill, you know, if that makes sense. You're on one side of this side.
yes. Yeah, there's two,
Houses back
there are two residences on this
Mhm.
driveway and one of them didn't want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. They're not opposed to the driveway itself, they're just opposed to utilizing that.
So this will be a side by side with that other driveway.
With the driveway on the north?
Yeah, well, it'll be probably 60 feet between them. It won't be much, but they won't be literally right next to it. It'll be,
I guess I hate approving something that's potentially unsafe. And if there's no traffic there now, then we don't know what traffic will be like in the future.
But there's also a drive on either side over in.
Do the two drives on the other side meet site requirement?
the one to the north is better, but doesn't meet the 400 feet. Okay. But again, they're grandfathered in.
Yeah.
We've got several in the county. We just try to catch the new ones.
So the options for the board would be, we don't approve it, she can't develop her property. We do approve it, and she can move forward. And what does that mean? But we're not approving anything.
Right.
We would be waiving our rule,
Rating an exception.
or some third option, which sounds like it's failed so far.
Well, I guess defining liability.
Yeah, and you're defining that. And she's signed a waiver releasing us the liability. It happens there for that reason. It's not a good thing, but it is releases us. So that
And part of me wants to look at it, but I don't know if I want to make a decision immediately. If the two of you want to, then I guess that's that.
I might have a problem that there wasn't a drive on either side of it, but there's two drives already there. But this one in between is not gonna make that big a difference.
And I think I'm okay based on the recommendation.
I would feel differently if we hadn't exhausted trying to find other avenues.
Mr. Chairman, Aaron, do you have a comment on the county liability by us saying, I mean, we're basically saying somebody's allowed to do something unsafe, or that we've deemed previously to be unsafe.
What it's doing here is just that it would require them then, once they put it in, to indemnify and hold us harmless. It doesn't prevent us from being sued. It just requires them to make us whole in the event that a judgment would be entered against us.
And we have a document like that already drawn up, or
It appears as though this does exist, yes.
can we see it?
If I gave you one.
Well, okay, thank you. Make it easy. So.
We've done it several times in the past since I, most of them actually up in this area because of the lake of the lake.
And I guess without this location, that person can't access that property at all, so.
Was this land split? Was it a larger parcel? Was it from the person to the south that owned it?
The north, the existing driveway that splits to two, they will no longer give me an easement, so.
They wanted you to buy it, but not to share.
Well, they bought it, so it was a family trust that sold it, tried to sell it as a bigger parcel, couldn't sell it. So they split it into the house and 8 acres and the existing 6 acres. And the drive goes right between them, so the new owners will not allow the easement.
And I would just.
Do you have a copy of it?
Great, so it's good, it's better than I do.
I'm always torn, so I want people to be able to do anything they want with their property.
Well,
But I don't know.
unfortunately, the lay of the land is the lay of the land, and we can't change the fact that there's a curve in the hill.
But that's why people have to do their due diligence before they buy a piece of property to know if it's developable or not.
But even at that, if it's a piece of farm ground and they're pulling in and out with tractors and hay wagons or whatever, I mean,
How would that work? Do you know, Greg, on that one? If people have to have access to the property, but this person, if they say it was all farmland, what would their access be if the county doesn't allow access?
Have road frontage, but I guess if we don't allow it, at that point, they're landlocked.
Isn't there a rule that you can't deny the easement if you're landlocked? So if you deny it, couldn't I go to them and say, you can't landlock me? Isn't there something?
I don't know how that would work. It would have to be figured out by a court.
It's a really good question.
Because I have current property that is landlocked, and I was told that I cannot be landlocked, and that I have to have the easement that I have.
That could be.
But who's gonna owe you the easement? That's always been the problem. You're surrounded by 4 people. Who has to give up the easement?
The person that owns the new land that just recently bought it, they own the drive.
Mhm.
And then behind them, the person owns the rest of the drive back, but they have an easement through their drive to put theirs in. So I was under the assumption that if you're landlocked, you can't be landlocked, like you have to have an easement from someone's property.
Right.
So,
And you probably could get one if you sued them, but who wants to go through that?
right, not really a preference.
and then your neighbors.
Right. Hi, neighbors, I'll bring you a pie.
Yeah. Can I borrow some sugar? Gentlemen, one of you make the motion to approve this?
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the driveway exception as recommended, or presented by the engineer, or by our engineer.
I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any other discussion? Steve, Brent, anybody on board? So if this is approved, the owner signs it, and does the county sign it anywhere, or that's
It's recorded in minutes.
just how it is like that? Okay. All right, so we have a first and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Aye. Motion carries. So it's approved. I guess you don't need that back.
I'll keep it. Okay. email you this copy.
Okay,
Oh,
do
you
you
got it?
guys-
No, I got mine, so you're good. All right, last thing, paving projects. Everything that we are paving in-house, our in-house financially projects are all complete. We have not received invoices from, but the pavement's on the ground. Jasper Du Bois and Stein Bottom is not complete yet, but they'll be on there, they'll get there soon. So,
The highway department probably got a call from a guy who complained last week about somebody not putting enough pavement around the mailbox or something. I know you get those somewhat regular, I've heard of those before.
there was no pavement there in the first, we talking on 500 West.
Yes.
There was pavement, there was no pavement there before, we're gonna put shoulder stone down.
So, you know, with that, I guess my point was, if we have a subcontractor, we have like if Rudolph's out paving, and we don't like where they went, I mean, we have an agreement of how far they're supposed to go, and that's all we have, right? If the homeowner doesn't like it, well, then either we can do something about it, or we're not responsible, we wouldn't do anything about it.
Generally, for like mailboxes, we'll provide an 18-inch
18 to 20.
extension to the blacktop. If there's any more than like, if somebody wants, 4 feet in their driveway, we have them contact the paving outfit, and then they handle that amongst themselves. But outside of that, when the paving is done, we'll come back and we'll put in shoulder stone to dress everything up.
And that 18 inches is just for a building to pull in a little bit, get off the road a half foot and a half.
And was that done in this case? And
It should have been.
wasn't
I
enough?
remember, I haven't physically looked at it, but that exact spot, when I drove it, everything looked kosher, everything looked good. So, like, covered everything they should have covered and looked fine, but I didn't drive to that spot and look at that spot perfectly, I
Would have
will.
been that maybe it was a new mailbox too, when the thing wasn't paved before,
It went by,
they went on through and is generally they'll follow that little pavement. So.
It's right by Clarny Court, correct?
That sounds right, yeah, I know where you're at. So anyway, I don't have a feeling on one way or the other, I just didn't know what to get on those usually. And 18 inches is what usually the contractors will do, that just to be kind to homeowners.
Correct.
And that's on us. The 18.
We paid for it.
That's all I have. Thank you. Mark, you want to give us a wellness update?
Yep, I can do that.
Thank you.
Papers here. Yeah. I had all kinds of IT issues last week, so. All right, so I'm wanting to go over some, stuff here for wellness for 2023, what it would look like. So, the first paper I gave you here is just a 2022 annual summary for Memorial. This is, we'll go over this real briefly. So our 2022 screens, we had a total of 192 screening participants. And of course, you can see the breakdown of special tests that was done that employees could pay for on their own, and then totals at the different locations, different departments, and that. But, the priorities based off of this data, which if you guys want to see that, I can share at a later date, was BMI, blood pressure, and cholesterol. So you notice the red stars by blood pressure and cholesterol. That'll be some changes that we're proposing in 2023. We'll get into those here later. So we're going to switch over to the actual PowerPoint presentation now.
Do you have any comments on why the number of people being screened went down?
So that was twofold there. I think we got some employees that are not participating in wellness. They just decided not to. So, so we reduced some off of that. And then the way the screens, the wellness program was set up for 2022, any new hire could not qualify throughout the year because you have to meet the wellness goal checks 1 per quarter. So essentially anybody after March couldn't be eligible anyway. So I think we lost some, which we've identified that, and we're gonna make some changes into that in 2023 as well. So I think those two things were the driving factors there.
So does an employee that's hired in April pay a higher
Yes.
premium for the first portion of the year,
Basically,
or the whole year and a half?
yeah. So, and we've identified that and we want to make a little slight change to that.
Okay.
All right, so let's go to the PowerPoint presentation. So page 2 there, an overview of what we're going to talk about is the wellness goal checks, lunch and learns, health screening standards, the health screen results sessions, and then reasonable alternatives. So on the wellness goal checks, employees are required to attend one wellness goal check per quarter. So that's what we're doing in 2022, and we want to continue that on in 2023. Memorial will continue to have those monthly wellness goal checks at the same locations that was approved in 2022. However, here's the one change that we're proposing. If you met 5 of 5 screening standards on your 2022 health screen, those employees would not be required to attend the wellness goal checks in 2023. So we're looking at this as an incentive. The employees are obviously passionate about health and wellness, or they wouldn't have achieved 5 of 5 on their health screen. So we're wanting to incentivize that and reward those behaviors. That's why we're proposing that in 2023. Lunch and learns, that's going to be something a little bit different as well. We removed the quarterly.
Back on that one, sorry. So, I mean, I think that's a fine idea, but does that make more of a keeping track of things headache for you or for whoever?
Lindsay takes care of all that. So, and she's also participates on the wellness committee. So, everybody's in favor of it. It was actually discussed last year and we decided not to do it. And so we got brought up again. We feel like it is a good incentive to possibly take.
And will she send a letter or an email out to those few people that qualify?
Right. Lunch and learns, they would be taking the place of the quarterly programming that we have. The quarterly programming is not getting a lot of participation, so we want to change that around to see if we can get better participation. So a member of the wellness committee will coordinate a survey among those departments as a group and determine the topic that they're interested in. So instead of just going to something that per se I decide, hey, let's do this, we actually got wellness committee members at each location now. So that committee member would lead a survey and determine whether it's retirement or nutrition or whatnot that's really interested for that group. It would be a light breakfast or lunch would be provided by the wellness committee. Similar to what we do with the wellness screens. It's going to be a very, not a horse meal or nothing. It's going to be a very light offering. The presentation would be 30 minutes in length. And we would have 2 per year at the location. So like the annex would be in the month of January and the month of July. Highway would be February and August. Purdue Extension Soil and Water would be March and September. Security Center, April and October. Community Corrections, May and November. And Health Department in June and December. Health screening standards, told you we'd circle back to blood pressure and cholesterol here. So blood pressure, we're looking at tightening that standard to 135/85. And we're looking to tighten the cholesterol to equal or less than 219. BMI, glucose, and tobacco would all remain unchanged. The health screens, we would continue to propose them during the month of June. They would be the same locations that we've conducted in 2022. We would not have a health screen on a Monday. Exact time and dates will be determined later this year. We would still allow employees to go to their primary care provider if they so chose to do so. Again, that time would not change. It would be May 1st to July 1st. Health screening results sessions, again, that would be continue those during the month of June, there at the end of June. Same locations that we've done in 2022, and those schedulings would be determined at a later date. Back page, reasonable alternatives. A lot of this is primarily the same that we had in 2022. I'm just gonna go over what's changed. Health and wellness counseling at Forest Fresh, we're wanting to add those to the BMI, blood pressure, cholesterol, and glucose alternatives. And then at the very bottom, the additional alternative, the original was wellness goal checks the last 4 quarters of the year, plus 2 reasonable or preventative screenings. We're actually switching that, and we would be going to 3 preventative screenings a year. So those preventative screenings, they do, you're able to identify a lot of stuff for people's health on those. So that would be a additional alternative to do 3 of those. So not a lot of changes. We feel like every year we want to take a stab at this and to improve the wellness. And last year it was discussed of changing the standards, and we decided we wanted to have another baseline year in 2022. So this year we will be making those changes to blood pressure and cholesterol, making that slight change, tightening those standards up, and then just delivering other possibility opportunities to get more involvement in health and wellness. Any questions
I
on
think
that?
those changes sound appropriate to me.
Very good. Plugging away at it.
All right, well, that's all I had for this round, so.
So what did you, I don't know that you addressed that, new employees
Okay,
situation.
yes, so basically now what we would be doing in 2023. So if an employee is hired in, let's say they were hired in April of 2022, they were not eligible for the health, for wellness. So if they get hired in April of 2023, they would qualify for the wellness if they met the criteria. They still have to do the quarterly wellness goal check in the quarter that they're hired, plus go through the screenings and the screening results sections. Because right now we had it that you had to meet all 4 quarterly programming. So they had to go, if they didn't attend January, February, or March, then they were automatically non-wellness. So this,
What happens to the late hires, the ones who come in after the screening?
they would default to the where we're at currently.
So you're saying this April person comes in and they would go through a screening immediately, or they'll wait till the June screening?
They would do the June health screening.
And if you hire in July, you're in the same boat you are currently. So it saves a couple months worth of hiring.
Yeah. So we're gonna be able to capture another 3 months, so to speak. So, and we really have to have the health screenings in June to be able to allow for reasonable alternatives and stuff. So that's why we're doing the health screenings. If we push that back any further, we would have to really reevaluate our whole program, because we have to be able to allow people reasonable alternatives to be able to achieve 3 to 5 through the legal.
Okay, thank you for the update. I don't think I have anything further. We have the minutes from the August 15th meeting. Anyone have any changes?
No.
I'll move that we approve as written.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. With the claims in the voucher register, anybody have any changes or questions, concerns with that? I'll move that we approve as presented.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And then we have the payroll. Changes, additions there?
None.
I'll move that we approve as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Guess we have 3 minutes until our next thing on my grab drink. All right, help update?
Good morning.
Morning. For our health update this month, we are, as a core committee, searching for pathway committee members. So those core pathways, again, are advancing connectivity, enhancing quality of place, promoting community wellness, and strengthening local economies. We're about a week into it of beginning reach out. So what that looks like is each core committee member is personally reaching out to local businesses, leaders, community members through emails, letters, phone calls, just kind of getting the word out there and presenting itself and seeing if anybody would like to get involved. So that's currently what we're up to for With Help. And then this coming week, we have a meeting to start planning our community engagement activities. So as part of OKRA and Help, we are required to do 3 engagement activities between October and the end of November. So we will begin this week talking about what those would look like. For example, some of cohort 1 included a community survey to get the community's feedback on those 4 different pathways, and then also an in-person community forum. They've also done different art projects within schools and things like that. That's what this week will bring as well.
You said that those, what were some of the examples of outreach activities? You're talking about, you said the one was doing something with the schools.
There was an art project with the school, so they asked elementary students in an art class to paint a picture of what they think their community would look like, or what they want their community to look like. And then they just displayed those pictures throughout that town so everybody can see, to get the kids involved. Another one was the community survey, so having like a QR code or sending out an email of the website of the survey they could take. And the other one is the in-person forum, so OKRA and their partners would come down and, along with myself and the core committee members, invite the public to that. And there's been other in response to it.
So those are 3 examples, but we can do anything we wanted
Yes.
in those areas.
As long as we're getting community feedback in those 4 focus areas.
Yeah, I don't know what the best methods are. Anybody have any suggestions on just examples because we can bring to our next meeting? Generally, the way they work is you make as much noise about something as you can, hope people show up and they verbalize their feelings. I mean, that's the traditional method, but I'm sure there's other ways to do it. Would the outreach activity, would this be similar to that one that they mentioned at one of our trainings? There's a building that's broken down in your downtown and you put up a pin board and you say, tell us what we should do with this building. Or what is something we could do here? And people would come up with Post-it notes and they would say, tear it down, turn it into a whatever community place, whatever people's vision was. they would do things like that. So I guess that would be another way, something a little outside of the box that would qualify. So I thought that was an interesting thing. So if we had a particular part of the county that we thought was, for lack of a better term, run down and needed some cash infusion or rehabilitation, that'd be something we could do.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a good process. It seems a little muddled maybe at times, but I think it's a good process so that in the end, you can point to those things and say, you know, we did explore this and tried to come up with input from a variety of places and so forth. So it's a step that we have to go through. We need to go through. Or do you feel like you're getting the support that you need from Okra and the people at Okra? And when you call, they respond, all of that?
Yes, Alex has been very good about getting back with me and quickly responding. As they are finishing up cohort 1, they are tweaking some things as we go along in cohort 2. So we are finding some changes, but they let us know as soon as they have those updates and provide any guidance or training on that.
Okay, good.
So on one hand, you could say they're making it up as they go. Another way, you could say it's a new project and they're massaging it to make it as good as it can be. So it's however you want to look at it.
Well, I'm sure cohort 1 felt more of that, making it up as you go to what we will.
Because Okra probably had people sitting around the table saying, what's something we could expect from a community? Well, let's make them get 80 people to show up to each of these pathway meetings. And then after they tried that in the communities, they said, it's probably more likely you're gonna have 15.
Mm-hmm.
So they've learned and they're asking different things of us than they were the first session.
Good.
So yeah, we're trying to figure it out as we can. If there's particular people that you think need to be involved, please invite them to be part of the process. I think at the last meeting we had, my take on it would have been, if 400 people show up, let 400 people show up, and I think that's good. Get as many people to participate as possible. And other people, I think, may have thought, if you have 400 people, it's something you can't get anything done. So let's keep it a little more manageable. So I think that we're, just like over in general, we're trying to figure out how it's gonna look and work best here. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, trying to find a happy medium of perfect number. And also reaching those who may not always have been involved, trying to get new ideas and new perspectives on different ideas and projects. We do currently have, I've heard back this week from a few people. We currently have 4 people that are interested in the quality of place, 2 interested in the community wellness, and 2 for the local economies. We don't have any yet for the connectivity.
And when I brought up, when we were discussing e-connectivity, I thought as a county, I think my personal view is we're in a pretty good place that it's managed already. That we have money going out, there's plans to meet the e-connectivity needs of most of our community, and the ones that don't get met, there's a state program for them, that last mile kind of thing. So I don't know what that pathway would be able to accomplish, but maybe there's, again, things that people out there see that we don't recognize. So when you bring in a diverse group of people to talk about it, maybe you'll learn something you didn't know before. But I think that one may have less participation just because it's kind of already taken care of, or a big portion of it.
And when you bring in people involving the rural community, the unincorporated areas is going to be difficult at times just to get that word out. There are no town boards or anything like that to address. So there may be community centers or fire departments or other organizations within those communities that maybe you can reach out to say, is there anybody here that's interested in getting involved in this?
As I drove through the northern part of the county this weekend, I thought, how am I going to get somebody from Crystal to come to one of our meetings and participate, or Hillham to, I don't know that I know a lot of people up there, so maybe churches
even, I don't know.
go to the pizza place in town and, hey, do you know somebody that would care to be participate? So it's gonna take a little bit of door knocking, phone calls, that kind of thing. Anything else you want to share with us?
That's all I have.
Any questions from the board?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we have bid openings at 9:00. That's the next item. I guess this is something I wanted to share. I don't know, if I forwarded this to you or not, about the comprehensive planning, did I give you the bid from, or not a bid?
I don't remember seeing it.
Proposed fee, and we get that one. Yep. So,
I think,
this is
Share
one of
time.
So, long story short, we met several weeks ago with one firm, the one that's in front of you there, and Rylan and I had a conversation with them and learned a little about what they're doing. Since then, we had another meeting with, the second one was American Structure Point. They also provide comprehensive plans, so we're just trying to get a feel for what people do and what it's gonna cost. So with this company, the base fee was $67,000, and then when you do all the different add-ons, if you want them, there's some add-ons a little further on the back page of the fee. You're looking at it, you're in the $100,000 range for a comprehensive plan. As we were going through this, the reason I was bringing it up was to see if there'd be a value of, let's say it was this company, and we brought them along as we're going through the help program, because we're gonna be surveying the community members. Some of the same activities we'll do for help would be the same kind of things you would do for a comprehensive plan. You would try to bring community together and find out what kind of things they see that need done, and you'd be doing surveys. So I thought maybe there was a way we could put them together. As we were examining this, there's some things from Okra and from the Community Development Block Grant people with the federal government that they were basically saying you need to keep some things separated because of how funding works. And as we were talking about this, there's actually a comprehensive plan grant that is available from CDBG again, and so that's kind of the direction we're going now. Rylan and I are looking at, if we can get a grant to pay for it, that's better than the county directly paying $100,000. So we're doing a fact-finding mission here on what we should do, and I just assumed from the beginning that the county was gonna have to pay for it out of our own funds, but when I started hearing there may be funds available to pay for it otherwise, and a lot of people or other communities take advantage of that, and that most of them get approved, I thought, well, maybe we'll just try that path. So that's where we are currently. I thought you might want to look at this to see what was involved, what those costs would be if we were to do it on our own. And let you know that I'm still trying to see if we can make that happen. Anybody have any questions on that, or comments?
Well, I think it's something that's needed, probably has been needed for a long time. So yeah. Continue to look into it and see where we can go for it. And yeah, if we can get it paid for with a grant, that's always positive.
The Lisa Gelhausen, I've asked Rylan to reach out to her and find out if they've done those services for other people, applying for those grants and getting that going. So that's another step that we are. We did, Sandy did provide a 2022 or 2002, 20 years ago, proposed comprehensive plan for Du Bois County. I reviewed it. What I would expect out of a comprehensive plan would be a little more robust than what's here. This seems like they're mainly talking about roads and land use, which are two important parts of it, but I don't think that's the only parts of it. But that is an old example of.
And was that kind of done in conjunction with the thought that they may go zoning at that point, if they were anticipating?
That's my belief, yes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of other work as I was cleaning through the office when I took over as commissioner of this position, and there was a lot of information about zoning.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was around the same time frame.
There may have been more information, but I just found that.
There is another one, I think a more recent one. I don't remember what the date was on it, but I drug it home, read through it, and this was when about 6 years ago when I first became commissioner. I believe it's in my office at home somewhere, but there were several copies in this office that just had the plastic binding on them. But again, I think that was when the 231 corridor was supposed to go through and they were planning. My only concern with this is that we would spend the money and it would end up like the last two plans, end up on shelf somewhere, not actually do anything. So, my main concern would be that if we're gonna do a plan, we use it.
No, I absolutely. So just want to give that update. It's right around 9 o'clock, it's 8:58, so we can begin the bid opening process for 9 o'clock.
That's not those.
Right.
So it's just this guy.
It's this.
Can you call over?
Ms. Wendell, what is the bid opening for?
The relining of a culvert on Cuddsville Road South.
You get shows over there. Okay, thanks.
Brent, is that the one you brought in, that picture of the guy in it, or was that's?
There's your model right there. But yeah, that is,
So this is the technology that we haven't done before, it's very deep in parts.
yeah, and the cost of us to excavate it out is gonna be astronomical. This is a much cheaper option. Less invasive, getting that relining deal.
So we have no other bids at the next one? So while we're waiting for our, I guess we're not waiting over it.
I did,
Okay,
but we can wait a minute.
No, it's not.
There's one bid here. It is from ABC Spiral Solutions LLC. That bid is in the amount of $138,000. Including that bid, $1,600. Break number everything. That's in there. I think it's all there.
Do you both remember what is the purpose of this pipe? We're not back in the city for like overflow?
It's a deep culvert.
Drainage pipe.
Just a drainage pipe.
Drainage pipe.
This is the one that's,
It flows into the Patoka, but it's
it's under a heavy, tall fill.
Yeah.
And to dig it all out, but to replace it conventionally would be a large construction project where we'd have to excavate very deep.
it was installed whenever Patoka River was built, or Patoka Lake was built, and they built a road down to it. So
It's located between 545 and the river itself, right?
no, it's 545 in the lake. It directly feeds the lake.
I'm sorry.
It directly feeds Patoka Lake.
Okay.
It's north of 545 where it makes the bend, and then there's 330. It's between 330 and 545.
Okay. Okay.
Between 330 and 450 north, is that the one?
Uh,
Or is it further up than that?
545.
545, yeah, north on 545 where it makes the bend.
Let's go to the corner of 545 makes the
Right.
corner. It's just north of that. Goes into that finger of the lake is what you're saying.
Brent, do you remember which meeting you presented that?
No, I think it was May or June.
It's kind of hard to see on the map, but you can actually see the fill in the aerial view of
You have it
the,
pulled up?
I think it's the right one. Anyway. This area right in here is a huge fill. And there's this,
Is that United States Pro?
Yes. Should be.
yes, both sides, yeah, it's all one.
So where does the pipe run between where and where? Okay.
Is there and was this?
So it's all USA property, and do we have to get any special permission for them to be working in there?
No, we got an easement. There's a water line easement right through here that we can work from. Or we'll just underneath it. So we'll be working right here. And I've got permission to be in there.
So this farmer over here and the landowners, it all kind of goes down to this area. Is that what it does? It's like a collector area and it runs across?
Yes.
It's just a big ditch.
Yeah, it's just a big issue.
A ditch that
So.
anywhere else we dig it out and.
Yes, anywhere else you can dig out in place, but the fact that it's 60 feet in the ground and 400 feet long.
So our options are to do it or let it flood? When it fails?
Yeah, when it fails, then we're out, and then $1 million, but a couple $100,000.
Yeah.
So
We just taking the bid under advisement so you could review it, or do we, what do you recommend?
it all looks complete. Let me sit down at the end of the meeting. I'll award it. If it looks complete, if there are any issues, then I won't, and then we'll get all in and make some adjustments. So, but yeah, if it appears complete now. So.
Sounds good. All right, thank you. Health insurance renewal?
You want to talk about that? You first, or you want me to go first? Wait, you want me to go first? I think I'll circle this list. They already have those ones, right? Okay, a couple of things.
So Northern
Oh, you can head back.
The pictures of it, you might have showed us on the phone. Yeah.
All right, well, I know we got a limited amount of time, but a fair amount to cover this morning. So just wanted to give you kind of the results of the stop loss marketing. First of all, I have in front of you this page here that says Optum on it. This is remember, we have a fully insured transplant policy that covers transplanting events of any of your covered members would need one. This is the renewal. We've not signed that yet this year. It is a 0% increase, so it is renewing at a neutral cost. I just need a signature on this so we can get this renewed. Any questions on that? It's the same carrier that we've been using for the last several years. So
Doesn't matter if it's dated June, does that make any difference?
that's when the renewal came out. We just didn't get it signed before now. So no, as long as we have it signed before the end of the contract period, October 31st, we're good.
Looks fine to me, gentlemen. I'll move that we approve signing the managed transplant program policy extension.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, on the next sheet shows kind of the status of the marketing for stop loss. I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, with the change of RAP networks moving from Encore to the United Network, Unified still has not given us their renewal contract for their administrative fees. They're still waiting on some details coming from Patoka Valley on how the claims are going to flow. I'd like to tell you that that's been worked out, but it isn't. So until we get that information, Unified is holding on the actual, what we call ASO renewal. So I've highlighted that section there under the administrative fees. You'll see just that I've highlighted everything in yellow for you. That's to let you know that that number is still not locked in. It won't change much. It typically changes between 50 and 75 cents a year per employee. So it's not a big number, but it is not yet firmed up. And I wanted to highlight that for you. The next thing is the managed care access fee section. We do have, again, with the change to United, our Patoka Valley access fee is actually going up again this year. So it is actually $9.55 per employee per month to access the Patoka Valley with the RAP network. Patoka Valley has agreed to give a discount of, well, they're giving part of that money back, so you're getting 50 cents per employee. Your net cost is $9.05 then, and that's what's shown for the renewal period. So any questions on that? I know that's a big change this year. It actually will benefit, the biggest benefit to this United RAP is going to be the Kentucky services that your employees access. Primarily, we see some leakage to the Louisville market. So United has a much better contract in that market with the providers than did Encore. So that should actually help. We do have a large claimant, as I said earlier, that's accessing that market. So that person's claims and bringing our discounts down. So anyway, that's the network access fees. Again, we're still working out detail on how the claims are gonna flow. Here's where it stands today. Claims are going to come directly from the provider to United. United will apply their discount, send that over to Unified for processing. And in the past, that's when Unified would pay the claim. What United is asking for is they want Unified to process the claim and send the claim back to United for payment, which in my opinion makes no sense. It's just an extra step. And United is already applying discounts on the receipt of the claim data. So that's where the holdup is today on understanding how that next section is gonna work. Who's gonna ultimately pay the claim? Are we gonna have to set up a different account for United to access? And we don't know.
Right.
So stay tuned for that. I'm fighting to say if you've touched the claim, you don't need to touch it a second time. Unified should be able to pay the claim and then provide reporting back to United. So we'll see how that ultimately shakes out. But that's where that is today.
So the proposal is United, Unified, then back to United, United will make the payment?
Yeah,
Okay, that's a 10.
And again, all this is out of our hands per se. This is all Patoka Valley co-op driven. So as long as we're in the network, we have to play ball over.
So they'll do this with their book of business?
yeah. Anybody that's in the Patoka Valley network will have the same procedures, but I know that we're not the only ones questioning the flow of claims. So I'm hoping that at the end of the day, Unified should be able to pay the claims. That's my hope.
So is United's ultimate goal to be the TPA?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Yes, United's ultimate goal is to have as much market share down here as they could possibly get and to control. So the more control they can take now, the less they have to fight for down the road. And Patoka's pushed back on some things. For some reason, they don't seem to be pushing back very hard on this piece, but I know the TPAs, all of the independent TPAs that work this market are pushing back. So,
Will that prolong a payment of a claim then? If it
Sure,
has
it's
to
an
jump
extra.
from here to there to here to there to?
yeah, it's an extra step. So the providers
Plus-
are probably
Plus
going to.
setting up another account for you.
We may not. There has been talk about saying, okay, if United is gonna pay the claim, then access the claim fund at Unified that already exists. So there may not be that need for you to do that, but it is just an extra step, and we haven't gotten confirmation that they're even going to be able to, or willing to do that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I will keep you posted. That's the best I can do on this one. It's a little, there's good things. I mean, the good thing is you're getting better discounts. We gotta work through some of the transitional and flow issues going forward, but we'll get there. next thing is gonna be to talk about our actual stop loss renewal. This is an interesting stop loss renewal. We have a large claimant today that is still in the hospital, not been released. As you know, hospitals typically do not release claims until a patient is released from the hospital. They used to do what we call partial billings. They don't like to do that anymore from an accounting perspective. So we anticipate that this claimant is going to be released within the next probably 45 days or so. There's talk that it may happen yet this month in September, but there is progress being made. This claim is probably close to about a $900,000 claim right now. And so the carriers I've been able to, if we just look at this for a second, let me kind of tell you what we have. So your current kind of orangish highlight column, that's your current plan year. Everything to the right of that are the quotes that we have back for the coming plan year. So if we go to that, right under the managed care access fee section, you'll see the stop loss premium section. So if you look at this, we have everything from Tokyo Marine coming in with a 28% increase in fixed cost, all the way down to Crum & Forster coming in at a 6% increase fixed cost. Obviously, Crum & Forster would look good in this example if we didn't have to take into account the next section, which is your aggregate claims and your lasers. So today we have, with the first three carriers listed there, Tokyo Marine, Berkshire, who is your incumbent, and Symetra, have all said, we're going to laser 2 people and not the third. The third being the person that's currently in the hospital, meaning that all 3 of those carriers, based on case management notes, expect that person's claim to hit prior to the renewal date. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I cannot, for the life of me, convince Crum & Forster to remove the laser on that patient until we get closer to the actual release date. So as I'm standing here presenting this to you today, I think you need to look at your overall increase. I would recommend Crum & Forster if they release the laser on the patient that's currently in the hospital. But that laser that they have on that person is a $400,000 laser. So I don't want to give you a $400,000 laser and have you take it if we could wait another 30 days and possibly have that laser removed. Stop loss is something we literally could sign October the 31st, and as long as it's received by midnight, you have coverage beginning November 1st, which is your contract. All of that to say, we also have to come up with rates. We have to get ready for open enrollment. And so I think we need to look and use the rates. These are not going to change considerably. The rates are not going to change. It's whether or not we can negotiate away the laser on the large claimant. The rates are going to be the same. So I think we need to look and say, okay, based on what we have in front of us, can we decide on what our premium contributions are going to look like for employees so that Marky can get ready for open enrollment? Does that make sense? And then we'll monitor this. I got an update on this patient on Friday. I'm getting updates about every 48 hours from case management. The hospital, as of Friday, has not targeted a release date. However, the patient is one step down again. So there's 4 different levels of ICU stay. This patient is now down to a level 2. So we started at level 4, we're down to level 2, and we just don't have a release date targeted yet. So anyway, all that to say, what I just said, I guess, is a good way of saying it. You could go and we could renew with Berkshire. Berkshire's in at a 9% overall increase. Their attachment point is coming in, meaning the attachment point being your maximum claim liability. They're at 3.492 million on your claims today, year to date through the first 7 months of this plan year. We have 3 months left in our reporting. So for the first 9 months of this plan year, you're running $2.2 million of paid claims. So this number, the maximum attachment point doesn't have a lot to play into it. I really look more at the fixed cost. If I'm looking at the fixed cost, Berkshire's in at 826 on fixed costs versus 784. So there's about a $50,000 swing in fixed cost. I went back to Berkshire. I gave them the numbers that we had from Crum, and as you might expect, the underwriter said, I'm about to lose my rear end on this group when that claim hits. And so I'm not adjusting my rates, and I get it. She's probably going to pay a close to $1 million claim by the time it's all said and done. So she wants the extra 50. And so the other thing that I think we also have to just look at is if we move stop loss this year, this is 2 different stop loss carriers in 2 years. We're going to want to try to stay put for another year because you don't like to see 3 stop loss carriers in 3 years. That doesn't look good to the market. We had a really bad claim year the year before this one. This one is running pretty well. We're still seeing some of our increases as a result of the plan year we had in 2020 into 21. So if you'll remember that plan year, we had some enormous claims the year. So we're still paying for that a little bit in our experience rating. This year, we're running well. We're running about 80%, which is where you want to run. So if we're going to have a large spec hit this year, but that's, happens once in a while. So discussion, questions. I know Marky needs to get rates nailed down for employee contribution and COBRA rates, but we kind of have to, I think we have to look and use one of these numbers or say, are we comfortable holding employee contributions with a 9% increase? Max liability, $50,000 increase in fixed cost, or are we needing to adjust rates? And then I will stay on top of this, and as soon as we have more detail, I can come back and we can lock in stop loss. Does that make sense? I think that's our best game plan for unless you're willing to pay the extra $50,000 in fixed cost. Right? Say that right?
Seems like you said a lot. I don't know if I'm following 100%.
Okay, let's.
So maybe tell me again about maximum contract terms. What is that?
Maximum contract terms are made up of basically 3 components. You've got your unified costs, which are minimal, and so let's just not talk about those. The second thing is your fixed costs, which are your insurance premiums that you're paying for the coverage. That's the section that's titled medical stop loss premiums. So today, in that kind of peach column, your total fixed cost is $738,000 for this contract year. See that number?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the same line across the page, Berkshire's in at 826, and Crum & Forster's in at 784. So that 784, that's where I'm coming up with your roughly $50,000 in increased cost for the insurance premiums. Those are going to be paid regardless of what your claims look like, right? You're going to pay that for the stop loss coverage. The bottom section, and the second part of your max terms are your claims cost, and those vary. So your claims cost, as I said today, through 9 months are $2.2 million. Today, under your current contract, your maximum claim liability is $3,272,000. And then you'll see across the page the maximum claim liability for each of the different carriers for the next plan.
And that's determined by taking the number of employees you have by whatever the max liability for each one of those are.
So what we do is the carriers will look back 2 years at your experience. And this is where I said your plan year 21 is still coming to hit you. They look back 2 years of claims experience, and then they project that forward based on the prior 2 years of claims experience. So if we didn't still have that 2021 plan year hanging out there, we would see a much better renewal number on our maximum claim terms. Because keep in mind that spec claims, the one that we're about to have, your spec claim does not impact your claims on the bottom. It only, because those claims don't count towards, spec claims don't count towards your aggregate claims. Does that make sense? They're separated out. And so we had just a really high utilization in 2021. That's what hurt us from our loss ratio on the bottom line.
So
And when we project, when the underwriters project your maximum claim terms or your maximum claim cost, they add in a 25% quarter. So your maximum claim cost in a contract is always 25% higher than what they expect the claims to be because they don't want to pay a claim. So they build in that quarter.
So again, I just want to make sure I'm getting this. So we're going to pay the fixed cost, whatever that amount is, from 944,000 down to 784.
Correct.
If everyone is 100% healthy, we have 0 claims.
And that's all you pay.
Then that's all we're out.
Yep.
Otherwise, the bottom part, what that's telling us is if a lot of people are unhealthy and we have very big claims, the most the county will be out is the bottom line.
That's correct. Which is, the fixed costs are included in that number. All the fixed costs are included in that number.
That's worst case scenario.
That's worst case scenario.
The only thing the county would be on the hook for, other than let's say the best one. The best bottom line is $4,639,000. That's with our existing contract.
Yes, and that's with Berkshire.
Right.
Berkshire Insurance.
So the
It's supposed to be online or something like that, but I thought it was.
I'm trying to think here.
And you're taking the hit on the lasers.
Short of, in addition to this, the only thing the county, if we had to do planning for our expenses, would be those couple of like 2 or 3 lasers would cost us,
No,
worst case scenario.
and they're included in here, so that's the high, so go to your 4,639,000 number, and you'll go up to the first highlighted line, it says 298,000, those are your lasers.
So for most people, since I'm not laser, the most that it would cost the county would be is $30,000.
Most it would cost the county of you is $80,000.
80. So what's that 30,000 specific?
You have an aggregating specific of 30,000. And boy, if you want me to explain that one,
No, let's just go with the 80. So if I have a procedure, I get my hip replaced, it's $200,000. The county's on the line for 80.
that's correct.
This insurance kicks in and pays
Everything
above that.
Correct.
Except for the people with the laser, and their attachment point is what?
They raise their attachment point, so you have one coming in at 200, and you have one coming in at 250.
So
So
why
you
does it say 290 there?
Well, because you take the 450 total, and then you subtract your 80,000 that you have on each of them, so you're taking 450 minus the 160, and that it gives you your 290 additional liability.
So for Berkshire and Symetra, those are considerably lower than Tokyo and
Yes,
Crum.
and the reason is that Crum has that additional 400 built in on our inpatient today. And if that person goes out, then their laser comes back to 290, because they also have the other 2 people lasered at 250 and 200.
They're expecting claims from those people.
Correct.
I mean, so we're doing some future telling.
Yes.
We have to say, if we think we're not our best guess is that claims are gonna be minimal for the next, contract period, then we wanna go with the person with the lowest administrative fees.
Correct.
If we think that we're gonna have higher utilization, we may look at things differently and look at our max contract.
Then you would look at Berkshire. Correct.
Yeah, it's a crystal ball, how sick is your people gonna be?
Mhm.
Because 10% of your people drive 9% of your cost.
Exactly right.
I think I understand it a little better now. Commissioner Osler, now let's see if you get it figured out.
Well, I'm not gonna explain it to you.
You're right. You know exactly what it is, right?
I think I'm following.
Actually, Chad, I gotta give you props. You walked right through it there. For not seeing it every day, you did pretty good.
I promise?
No, I think I understand.
So what does your crystal ball say, gentlemen? Which direction are we gonna look at? So you were mentioning the thing with the sticking with somebody for 2 years, don't.
So if you're looking at worst case scenario, Berkshire today, we could lock that in and that's your lowest cost. The problem with Berkshire is that they're more expensive, they're $100,000 higher than today on our fixed cost.
Mm-hmm.
And $50,000 higher than the lowest quote we have. So, but they're saying your claims are gonna be lower, so overall your max cost is lower.
You just never know what tomorrow's gonna bring.
You don't,
And then, we could wait, and then some more data could come, on somebody else, so.
you could. I mean, one of your lasers is a brand new diagnosis, and the reason they're lasers is because we don't really know what their cost projections are gonna be yet. They're still in the early stages.
So what I'm hearing is you're recommending that we hold off a little bit in choosing, the company, till we get a little closer to the
I think
deadline.
we're gonna know in 2 weeks from now if we're going to get this patient released or not. We're about 2 weeks out, and there's a lot of progress at this point in their care, there's a lot of progress being made.
And Crum is wanting to include them in the laser because their fear is that
Their fear
it will
is-
go after the enrollment date.
Yes, their fear is that the patient might be released before November 1st, but we won't have the bill in from the hospital processed and paid by November 1st, so they would be on the hook for it.
So if the bill does come in and gets processed, you don't anticipate them holding on to that laser at all?
If the claim, that's correct. I think that laser will go away 100% if they thought the patient was gonna be released and the
Bill was
bill was
paid.
gonna be paid by, yeah.
Yeah.
Because once this person is released from the hospital, the future care is probably going to be minimal.
I mean, if that's the recommendation, I'm fine waiting 2 weeks. I think if I had to pick today, I know what I would get to do, but, I'm okay with doing it that way. And then, so what, you would keep an eye on it, and then
Today's, I think, the 6th, so we'll get updated reporting on the 10th of September. We'll send that back to the carriers. We'll get further firm locked quotes, which means once they issue what you see down, well, you don't have that, I cut it off at the bottom. It says firm. Once a quote is firm, then the offer stands for you as a county. All you have to do is accept it before the term expires. So these are all firm quotes today, meaning that we could pick any of them. The carrier cannot do any more underwriting once they release a firm quote. So that's saying we've got 4 days, probably a week before we have firm quotes back in from all of these. Then all I have to do is wait to see what happens with the person in the hospital, go back to Crum and say, okay, this is the update. Will you release the laser? They release the laser. Then we're $50,000 better because we've waited 2 weeks than if we paid a higher fixed cost. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Mhm.
And we could do that. I mean, I can do that back in person, or I can do that.
so these are firm. If you pick one of these today, and we're good.
Yes.
I think I'm missing something again here. So what benefit do they have? You're saying you can get us a different firm quote?
No, they're probably all of these carriers. So You had a large, July, you paid about 313,000 in medical claims in July. You've been averaging about 190,000 a month. July was a big month for you. So now, if the August numbers, which you probably already know what you've paid, but I don't see that report yet. If the August numbers are back down, let's say that we had another $190,000 August, these bottom line numbers could drop. The fixed costs are not gonna change, but your maximum attachment point is fluctuating based on your claims. So if you have a big July, they go up. If you have a low August, they come back down, and they fluctuate. So the contract terms will change slightly based on the experience for the prior month, but your fixed costs are not gonna change.
So if we have a terrible August, we don't ask them to relook at their numbers. If we have a great August, we do.
Got that right? That's exactly right.
Okay, I think that gives us an option. Because these numbers, we can select these numbers in 2 weeks, or we can have a good August and get a little better numbers possibly. Makes sense to me. And I don't have a need for you to come back
And
in
we'll have
person.
an update for the large claim as to, if we have a targeted release date or not. For us to get a claim paid, just so you know, for us to get a claim paid prior to November 1st under this current stop loss contract, we're gonna have to have the bill no later than the first week of October. Because a claim that size has to be sent out for audit, and that'll take on 900, by the time this gets released, it'll be $1 million. That'll take at least 2 business weeks to audit a claim that size. So that puts us at the end of the month already. So we've got about 4 weeks of lead time to get our release date and a bill. We're kind of coming, and that's why this is a little unique, just because of everything that's kind of where it stands. And we've given Marky our projections, our Gallagher actuarial projections for next year. So we've already I think we presented those a couple of sessions ago. This is just actual contracts, but we've already given what we think your cost liability is gonna look like for 2022, 23.
And you're okay, Marky, with waiting?
No, I think you need to get rates.
Yeah,
Well, we need to get
we're
rates, because if we wait this 2 weeks, you can go ahead and get the rates that you need to.
yes.
If we wait 2 weeks.
We're not
we
putting
can-
you,
Or no,
we're not putting you in a big bind by waiting the 2 weeks.
if we can nail everything down in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
which I hope we'll be able to nail this down in 2 weeks. We'll see what they.
If we don't have a release date within 2 weeks, we're probably not gonna get the claim paid. We're gonna go with Berkshire, because we're probably not gonna get the claim paid. Because they're gonna know at least 2 to 3 weeks prior to what the release date's gonna look like.
So why wouldn't the company that, under the time frame that the bill occurs, if we got billed for it or it gets to finish final audit 5 months from now, why wouldn't they still be on the line for it if it happened under their contract?
Because the terms of your contract, so your specific contract is what we call a 24/12, which means it looks back the entire 24 months or 12 months prior to the contract year, and then pays in the contract year forward 12. That's a 24/12 contract. Your aggregate coverage is a 15/12. So that means that we look back only 3 months. So if this carrier is on the hook for anything that comes in, if we left Berkshire, the new carrier would only be on the hook for the 3 months prior to November 1st, which does include this claim, except for the last one, which is Crum and Forster. So it's just the contract terms.
Well, we always try to pay everything we can
Prior to the end of the year.
prior to it.
Yeah.
And I know that last week we tried to make sure they got all the money they need to pay all this
Yes,
stuff.
we'll run everything, especially we're not close to an ag hit. They may not be as aggressive in doing that, but if we're close to an ag hit, we'll push everything through so you get reimbursed for anything that we go over. we're probably past my time, I apologize. I know Marky wants to talk about EAP, which does bring up one other thing that you had asked me about the last time I was here was, is there an option for the county's role with Life Springs if you were to move? I do have a client that is a mental health services provider throughout the state. They're called Meridian Health Services. They're based out of Muncie, but they do cover a fair amount of the state. I did mention to them, and they said they would be happy to come down and make a presentation to the commissioners. I know there's some hoops that you have to jump through to not use Life Springs, but these are, it's an option if you want to pursue that. So I'll leave that there. You can let me know if you want, and I can tell them to call and set up a time to come in and present.
And the question wasn't in any way a frustration with Life Springs. It was more of a frustration with the whole process of how that company is selected. We may have the best in the state already. You know, I don't know that.
Yeah, it just depends on the service. I mean, I honestly, I don't work in that space on that side. I work on the EAP side, but it's an option.
And Marky, again, on this thing, you're okay?
Yes, yeah, and you know, we'll, like I said, we'll try to lock this down 2 weeks, but then we will have to lock down employee premiums in 2 weeks. So, also what contributions is coming out of employees' paychecks. So we will definitely have to lock that down at the next commission meeting. So it's just something to, well, I'm proposing, no, I'm proposing that we stay status quo on that. We've raised non-wellness for the last 2 years. We're still battling 9% inflation. So, and then from a recruiting standpoint, we don't want to put ourselves light years away from all the other industries. They've been really hitting wage increases a lot here in the last year. Of course, we're only coming in at 3% this year. So from a recruiting standpoint, a retention standpoint for employees, I would recommend to remain status quo. But I know it's a pill to swallow either way you look at it. You know, you've got healthcare costs going up too. So,
So this is a situation where.
it's a situation we're in, yeah.
We're gonna be paying at least 9% more. for
Correct.
Health insurance, so if somebody says,
Correct.
I'm only getting a 3% raise, well, you're getting,
If we remain
we're paying 100% of the increase on the insurance.
correct, yeah. So, and I know on the salary side, it's hard, we can't compete with the private sector, we know that. So, but I think we have to use our positives and our pluses where we can and go with that. So we'll address that in 2 weeks when we talk about renewal. But EAP, that was a topic of discussion that was brought up that we were wanting to look at our options on this. So I teamed up with the gal over there with Tracy, and she done a real nice here side-by-side comparison I want to present today. So we got the gray area there is Life Springs, that's our current provider. We also did demos from BHS and Curlink also. So really it boils down to how robust of an EAP we're really wanting to go with. So Life Springs, we was able to negotiate with them a firm 6 sessions per year. That was modified a little bit last year that we found out. So we will, if we choose them as our provider, each employee or insured dependent would get 6 sessions per year through Life Springs. BHS is 5 or 6 sessions, and Curlink's 5 or 7 sessions. And I'm gonna drop all the way down for time restrictions here. I'm gonna go down to access. That's where they come in a lot different. So access at Life Springs, you're gonna have a facility to go to. They got 5 on-site locations locally for us to use in person. And then they also have a virtual telehealth option. The other 2 providers there we go with the more robust, depends how robust we want to go. They've got a 24-hour phone line. They can also do texting, live chats on your cell phones. They do video. They got mobile apps, depending on which one you would use. So they do have a lot more resources to be able to get care. Then I'm gonna jump down to work-life resources.
Before you move forward, that's where I sent you that question the other day, and I think you responded.
Oh, yes,
I'm not
yeah.
sure I still don't understand. So if I needed to have a session with BHS or CuraLink.
Yep.
Is my only option to talk to somebody on the phone or Zoom or one of these?
Correct.
Or do I call them up and they say, great, you can have an appointment with in person at LifeSpring, and they have a deal with them?
Yeah, they'll find a facility within the local area here, which they'll probably utilize Springs 9 times out of 10. They could go to, Memorial offers a counseling or a counseling sessions too, depending on what you got going on.
But it's not like BetterHelp.com where you only deal with somebody.
Correct.
remotely.
Correct. Yeah, if you need to talk to somebody in person, they'll have facilities you can go to.
And do you know, do either of those other two, BHS or CuraLink, do you know any experience with them, or did Tracy know clients that
We
had
have
them?
clients
Yeah.
with both.
Yeah.
And they have been satisfactory?
The truth of the matter is, we're finding more and more utilization through FaceTime. People can do it at home, they don't have to go someplace, and the texting to set up, we see higher utilizations with that technology than we do having to go to brick and mortar.
I think that all changed a lot with the COVID times. Even LifeSprings, they at one point they were just the brick and mortar. They were working virtually, and that happened in around the COVID time. They decided to go with virtual option. Of course, telehealth, that's all virtual. And
Mark, is there a clinical difference? Are outcomes better one way or the other? Do we know any of that?
We don't track outcomes on mental health services, but I would say of the two, I have a personal bias that CuraLink does a little bit better job, but
No, I guess I just didn't mean from like a person standpoint, maybe the person needing the treatment would prefer to sit at home for whatever reason, and that is more comfortable for them, but I didn't know if the outcome for that person was going to be any better, or if there was a benefit for them to me, it seems like there's something to be said about seeing someone in person, but I don't know if that's just my own.
I think the problem is people don't, at least initially starting, I think you have to build a level of trust before they like to see people in person. I think there's some comfort level, frankly, in mental health services, not seeing that person in person. And not, once they get in and they start getting services, then I think they're more comfortable going to, but at least initially, and I know our utilization here for the brick and mortar hasn't been phenomenal. But I do have this technology in some of our other clients where we see much higher utilization.
I guess I see where you're coming from. I hadn't thought of it that way, that there's a stigma, shame, fear, whatever. I don't want somebody seeing me going into a certain place to get treatment. They'll think something wrong with, there can be a million things that people think, and if you can do it from the comfort of your home, that eliminates that.
well, I think also too, you're doing if you went to on-site in Indianapolis location, it's a lot bigger of an area than the Jasper, Indiana location. So it's just got more.
We also see a lot of utilization, at least on the intake, is more crisis mode intake. So it's not like you're calling and having to wait to get an appointment. You're actually, if you're using the teletechnology, then you're able to see a counselor pretty much within the hour. They'll get you connected.
Since LifeSpring has gone with the telehealth option, have we seen an increase from our employees in that area?
On the telehealth side, no. Because they've changed their reporting. They actually do have a pretty decent report they shared last month, but like Mark said, the utilization's very low, but they have broken it down now with the virtuals and stuff. So we're not seeing a lot of virtual there. No.
So what does telehealth mean? How's that different than 24-hour phone? What's the difference here?
24-hour phone would just be like you're talking to someone on the phone. Telehealth would be like FaceTime. You're seeing the provider on the other side.
Kind of like our
So telehealth, it's called telehealth under LifeSpring, but that could be comparable to live chat
Yes.
or web on these other ones?
Well, live chat would be just that, it's texting.
No,
So
that
you
would
can
be-
keep in mind your populations today. Live chat is just texting only.
Okay.
And then you go all the way to telehealth where you're actually seeing the provider face to face on your phone screen.
The video under Curalink might be a comparable.
So telehealth might equal web, might equal video?
Correct. Just different terminologies for different companies.
So if LifeSpring was here today, would they say, oh, we offer that same kind of thing where somebody doesn't have to come in?
No, they do not offer it.
It would just be on a telephone, not, or is it? You're saying,
Now they do offer like the virtual, like our telehealth, which they call telehealth, but like our Ascension where you talk to a doctor, that's what they do offer that through their virtual option.
but we're thinking CuraLink will be more of a Zoom meeting with the counselor. And LifeSpring doesn't offer that? That's what I'm-
LifeSprings don't offer any of the texting or the chatting or any of those resources. I would say their telehealth is gonna be comparable with CuraLink's video.
Okay, so they can come in person with LifeSpring or they can do it by Zoom.
Yes, but you have to schedule an appointment.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, just want to make sure I understand what we're doing.
And then I'm all, really the big difference is there, I'm gonna go down to work-life resources, there's none included currently with LifeSprings. And I'm gonna skip over VHS, we put it on paper, but I don't think it would be an option for us. I think we're really talking about LifeSprings or CuraLink here. For work-life resources, they do have stuff around child care, elder care, legal and financial counseling. So, again, I think it really boils down to how robust we want the EAP program to be. You know, if we just want something where we're offering EAPs and people have access point to go to, you know, I think LifeSprings would check the box. If we're wanting to go more robust with technologies and offer different kind of resources, CuraLink would probably be the one that would stand out for us. So, of course, the price point, there is difference in price points too. You're gonna pay for a little bit more of that convenience, more of that technology, more resources, but,
If we felt that CuraLink was the better option, we're only really talking $1,300 for the year. Difference? 50 cents per member per month, that'd be $6 an employee times 200 employees.
probably.
So I mean, we're not talking about.
You're not talking substantial money, no.
So I don't know, the price point is gonna be the hurt here. And we do get a guarantee on the price if we did CuraLink.
Yeah, for 3 years. Now, LifeSprings, if you recall, last year it was, I believe, that they come in at double, that proposal, and you know, I went to them, I said, no, we're not doing that. And then since then, they've renewed us flat ever since then, but,
What's CISR? The second, the first column, second.
okay, that's where, if we had a situation where
Crisis intervention.
crisis, yeah, correct, and we need counselors on site. That's what would. Which knock on wood, we're probably have to do with that.
I think we ought to, we should always be looking at it, increasing utilization, but at the same time, for the people who are utilizing it with LifeSprings, I don't want them to feel like we're changing something here that makes it more difficult for them again. But what I'm hearing maybe is, would they notice, in other words, they could still have a brick and mortar location if they want to,
Correct.
and it wouldn't be a big change for them. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
So if I was meeting Counselor A at LifeSprings, potentially CuraLink would send me back to Counselor A. Or potentially they could send me to Counselor A. Center for Psychological Services.
You would have an option to say, you know, I really would like to not go local, I'd like to drive to Evansville, where I'm not known. You would have that option, which you don't have today.
And if, and it's like they said, they wanna go local, they're probably gonna set us up someplace, you know, likely be Live Springs,
And when does this decision have to be made? Today?
preferably. Yeah, I hate to keep deferred stuff, because we do have to, you know, especially if we're changing providers, we got a lot of work we have to do on that front.
Maybe I missed it. What would be your recommendation?
Don't really have one, honestly. I really.
Sure.
I would say the biggest thing, probably, if I were looking at it, would be two things. Number one, the electronic capability for communication, and number two would be the financial counseling. That's our biggest area of utilization in EAPs for the last 18 months has been financial.
I guess I just can't see people doing those things, but I don't have been wrong about a lot of things. As far as coaching, sounds great.
Yeah.
Life, financial stuff sounds great, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it would get utilized, I'm not sure. It'd be nice to see how minimal people are taking advantage of our 6 sessions already.
See, that's where, you know, for me having a recommendation, that's why I really, hate to increase fixed costs if it's not needed, you know? If it's gonna be utilized, that's one thing, but, to pay an additional premium of any kind on something that may or may not get used, that's my.
Tell me one more time what telehealth means for Life Springs.
That's gonna be like the Ascension that we're currently using for telehealth. You're gonna FaceTime with a counselor.
So I could call up however I get a session set up, and I could say, I don't want to come in, I want
virtual
meeting
telehealth.
for my counseling.
And they're probably gonna set up something like I don't know what they use, Microsoft Teams, WebEx, and you're gonna be on your phone or on a computer with a camera, and it's gonna be a virtual visit.
Do you feel like our employees know that that's available?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was marketed out, and then it's also in the benefits guide as an option.
I mean, I could support either one of those two if one of the other commissioners has a strong feeling. Otherwise, I guess Life Springs sounds like a fine offering to me. Keeping it somewhat local, and if they have the telehealth, the thing where I can Zoom, and if they have the thing where I can do in person, maybe again, I'm a guy of a certain age that knows what I would do, and that's what my experience would be. So maybe somebody else could get a benefit from doing a text. To me, I don't know how, that doesn't seem like that would work for me. Doing it just a telephone call, that would work for me, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't work for other people. So I don't.
I don't have a strong leaning one way or another, but the thing that would appeal to me out of the CureLink is, even though it's slightly more expensive now, that 3-year lock-in rent guarantee could end up being cheaper over the course of 3 years, depending on what Life Springs comes back with next year.
Correct.
And they do offer just a little bit more. That's not a real strong feeling that way.
Would they not give you a 6-session price?
No.
Just to be comparable to the
No,
other?
they wouldn't.
We'll give you 5 or 7, but not
Yeah,
6.
that's their model, 5 or 7. I don't really know why, but yeah, they were.
Okay. Commissioner Bramas?
I think the most important thing for me is the comfort level for the people who are already utilizing it. And I would think their comfort level would be to stay where we're at. Instead of having to change, perhaps even change counselors. So I'm kind of like you. I'd like to explore the CureLink and see whether that increases utilization. But I don't want it to go the other way either by somebody saying, well, they're changing again, I'm out of here, you know?
I think it's very important to have an EAP program established, which we do have. So especially in these times, I think it's very important to have one.
I think what you're saying, how I can relate to that is, I think we changed our teledoc, right? We changed it from whatever it was to something else. I never took the time to update to the new app just because I didn't want to mess with the hassle. And it would have taken me, a minute and a half to do it probably. But I think sometimes if people are being served a certain way and they get a comfort level, any change may be a deterrent for them seeking services. So that might be, I agree with your point.
I've only had over, I think we've been with Life Springs 2 or 3 years. I think we changed it on the 3rd year possibly. I've had a handful of complaints, and all the complaints we've been able to address and correct.
And in 15 seconds, how do I get an appointment with Life Springs if I'm a current employee?
Dial the phone number and the extension for the EAP, which is in the benefits guide.
So it doesn't go through you, doesn't have to go through their department head, anybody, nobody has to know anything, they call Life Springs.
Correct.
Basically,
It's all confidential. Even the recording that we get, all we get is numbers.
Is Carol Link the same way? So I would take a phone call and they would say.
Yeah.
I guess I'd be okay with sticking with Life Springs this time.
I'm okay with it. I didn't have a strong feeling one way or another.
Mr. Rose?
Yeah, I think I agree.
And they get 6 sessions there, whereas the other one,
It's been 5 more.
30% increase, they're getting 5. So, yeah, anyway, I guess that's where I would lean. Any other discussion on it?
Nope.
All right, I'll move that, just so we have it in the record, that we stick for our EAP, for the next year, with Life Spring.
Second.
Any other discussion? Anything else from anybody? Or you guys, anything else? Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Anything else on Mr. Rhodes?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Track, anything else? All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay, it is 9:59.
You got bumped.
Sorry, Tom.
That's quite all right. But this is exciting, watching Greg open envelopes. So, we'll start with the vibratory roller surplus sale.
Sandy could have that.
I can do it again, but Lynn may know.
$33, okay. Just because I looked at it, I just want to make sure I know what exactly is going on.
For the 1991 CAT CB434 roller, I have a bid from Moonlight Excavating, Andy Roletter, in the amount of $4,100.
$4,100.
$4,100.
How many bids total?
Don't know.
Good for Chase.
No,
They don't have a mark on the outside of the envelope?
No.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
This one, that's 350.
Next bid for the vibratory roller from Philip Fiskella out of Champaign, Illinois, in the amount of $806.
Steve, did you guys have a reserve?
Was it stated minimum bid, or was it just something you knew?
You had a minimum that we were gonna accept.
how much on the second one?
Next bid for the roller from Schwerin Plumbing and Heating, an amount of $3,300. I believe that concludes those.
Okay, next we will, look at the bid for the truck. That's-
For the F-350 Ford truck, I have one first bid from Jeremy Blake, bid in the amount of $2,000. I also have a bid from the St. Philip Viscella from Champaign, and his bid is in the 350 is $951. FISCELLA, he had bid on the roller as well. And then from Love Excavating for the F-350, a bid in the amount of $5,500.
And that's all the bids.
That is all the bids.
Would you like to take those under advisement, look at them and make sure they're in order, and then we'll be able to approve those at the end of the meeting or next time?
We can do
Okay.
Truck. Roller.
Sheriff Kleinhelper, think you're up, sir.
All right, I'll try to get you back on time a little bit.
Great.
All right,
So are you here for construction photos?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
So at the beginning of the jail build, we had a camera placed outside and I just want to present this to the commissioners. It's a time-lapse video from the time that they broke ground until the inside of the new pod. The walls were too high to really catch anything, so it was taken down. So I just wanted to present that to the commissioners from the sheriff's office, so.
Is this, like a slideshow? Is that what it would look like?
It's a time lapse, it's just from the day, it ran 24 hours a day. And then he came in every couple of weeks and replaced the batteries and then just get it down. I think it's a 20-minute video, but it's all time lapse, so it goes quick.
Is there a public interest in putting this out for people to see? Do you have a?
No, I have no objections to that, whatever the commissioners feel. I have one that we kept in our office and I just want to get that one to you guys.
Excellent.
thank you.
That's it.
Oh, fabulous. Well, that was
I got bumped for.
Well, if we'd have known, we'd have bumped you in front of the insurance guy.
Yeah. Hey, thank you so
All
much.
right,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
guys.
Gentlemen, what would you like me to do with this?
Right there on that, I guess, I don't know.
I mean, I'll check it out.
I mean, if you can put it in your computer and save it, and Elmer can do the same,
I'll keep it, I'll pass it on to one of you.
Okay. Or maybe,
Yeah.
how big is the file? Maybe I can just download it right
Then
now.
I think that.
No, I'll go back.
I bet it's not small.
All right, next up, we are. Next we have is the park trail. That's not for another few minutes. I'll make a couple, I'll make a quick, update on something here. So Brooke, Sandy, and myself did a kickoff with Revise, our internet or our website provider. I think they are in the process of doing a redesign. That'll take about 4 weeks. There were a couple updates that they made immediately that were helpful. For example, in the middle of the screen, it showed 3 icons, but there were actually probably 6 icons there, but it didn't have any arrows to show you that. You just had to know and grab them and move them. So anyway, they updated that so that people, it made more sense. There's some Google ads on there that if you did a search and you wanted to find a highway complaint form or health department health complaint form, there'd be like 5 Google ads that would come up first. They removed those. I'm not sure what else they did, but there were.
They moved the bottom thing up so we could log in. Did something with the Twitter and Facebook and that kind of stuff.
But long story short, we're gonna have a new design at some point that we'll be able to review. And one other thing, I think they're looking at our ADA compliance. If you started seeing that, I don't know if this is new or if I just started noticing it, there's a little symbol that you can go on most websites and it looks like a little person, a little round person. And I guess you can click on that, and if you have, depending on what your need is, it gives you options of how you can view a website differently. I think I don't know if they've added that yet, but it's something that we're gonna.
It already had where they can do the larger print. Now it's doing
Multiple things, right?
Where it may be able to read to you.
Yeah, it's supposed to be able to do more.
So anyway, we're getting some updates. The good thing is it's not costing us any more than it did in the past. Or it's costing us the same, I suppose. And Mary Hale and Jade Wang, I think, were the names of the ladies that we talked to, and they were great, in my opinion. So
I'm just happy that they got updated what we asked them to do right now.
yep, so they were timely and you worked great with it. Any questions or thoughts on that?
Yep.
And how did the video come up? Was
Well,
it quick?
it didn't take long to download. I haven't tried to load it yet.
So we'll get restarted here in just a minute.
Is that it?
This. No.
Yeah.
That's the.
There we go.
See what I'm doing.
Can you put in the other screen once, please? Okay, that's all I want to see is how long. It's 2 minutes and it's about a 3-minute video.
There's 2 of them. This is, well, it's,
Yeah, so you add the one on the left and the one on the
okay,
right.
yeah, it's running down and the 2:30 left, yeah.
That's neat.
For reasons that I can explain.
We can still fix it.
So is there still time to fix it for the 2023? I haven't missed, but I need to, I would be prepared to state my case. I'm already on the agenda for the September 26th.
Yeah, because I didn't advertise that. So that would be the very end of anything we need to change.
I will this week prepare some documents with an explanation to the council, and then I'll CC you. I don't even know how much my ask is gonna be. It won't be 100% independent of the other ones. I've already said it's a general fund line item, but I'll prepare. I just wanted to check with you on my deadlines. I really I don't know if I look at the numbers, but I mean thousands, like not hundreds. It's my repairs. It's like just my biggest.
Next week.
Okay. I'll get it this week.
today, tomorrow. Probably, I know it's a short week and it's tough for everybody, but, yeah, it's pretty cool. I just,
I've been busy watching.
else just had enough on that. We took a lot. It reminds me of me at work, unusual expenses, I mean, I get all expenses.
So what was the second one?
I don't know yet.
Inside?
It's
I haven't gotten there.
of course, 45. And then,
Is it okay if we go ahead and
equipment
get
expenses,
started?
7,000.
Good for you, everybody.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll get the numbers together and get it to you.
Okay, we'll get, back on the agenda here. It says, Coleman Lovelace with, Park Trails.
Unknown guy.
Hello.
What's going, guys? First off, thank y'all very much for having me. When I woke up this morning realizing who I was going to get to talk to today, I felt pretty good and special, and so I appreciate you at least taking the time to hear me out. I'm here representing the Jasper Bike Club. We're a volunteer, nonprofit-based organization, and our mission is to develop infrastructure and supporting programs for quality trails throughout Southwest Indiana. We have a school to trail initiative, which is where we want to take, it's for every kid in every community to have a safe and easy access to trails and bike parks throughout the community. Now, my name is Coleman Lovelace. I'm a local business owner here in Jasper, Indiana for 8 years in the downtown square. I'm also a professional mountain bike trail builder. I build the Bjerkenberg Bike Park here in Jasper, Scales Lake in Boonville, Griffin Bike Park in Terre Haute, and as well as Rough, or Falls of Rough in Kentucky. I'm also a board member for 2 local nonprofits, which is a Little Spruce Nature School and also Jasper Bike Club. I'm not here to sell you on building trails or needing money. I'm here as a taxpayer. We need biking infrastructure in Du Bois County. Families riding bikes. I'm gonna put a keyword on that. Families riding bikes. Now also, let me pull my ego back. Sometimes I'm really passionate about this stuff, and so I want to apologize. This is an amazing city, and I know that I've only been a resident for about 8 years, and I don't know the history, the ins and outs, and the projects and play in the pipeline, but I would love to share my feedback. I've done it online through those things you've got running right now for the past 2 years. But all my goal is to make the city even better for the community as well as the bikers. Now, local economy relationships. I think we could get people out of their houses by using roads to improve the economy, not to improve it easier or make it easier for people to get to work and back. For example, I'm a taxpayer and I spend 14 days or 14 minutes per day in a vehicle to work and back. And I don't even really ride my bike. I mean my vehicle so much. I'm more or less in my bicycle all around town. And from 9 to 5 is spent with my family. That's 4 hours a day with my family. We got to make it easier for people to walk out of their house and build relationships. We should not have to get into a car and accidentally end up downtown to spend money. We have to get pedestrians downtown, no foot traffic. We need to give them other ways of transportation. Then we will no longer have a need for parking. We need to get rid of vehicles, and we need to have more bike paths through town. The first road was built in 1811 through Indiana. The first road was not built for vehicles. It was actually built, or the first vehicle was actually built in 1886, 75 years after the first road was built. And so that's not exactly what roads were designed for. My business is located, and by the way, guys, I'm in a hurry, so I'm just gonna run through this as quick as possible. That's why I sound like a machine. But my business is on the downtown square, 608 Main Street, located for 8 years now. How many want to guess how much foot traffic, or how many people walk past my office every day? Would you like to guess?
I guess not much.
Not much. However, my marketing, that's not counting government employees. There's lots of government employees walking around, but I know that my marketing counter can draw about 60,000 cars driving by my office daily. 60,000, but no foot traffic. This is what a downtown is for, and we don't have foot traffic. Now, why do we not have foot traffic? Well, the current biking infrastructure, we have curbs, and again, I know y'all know all this. Curb corners with no ramps. What option will grandma have on a curb? What option will an 18-month-old child have riding a little balance bike? Will grandma continue to ride if she has to get off of her bike every 150 We have sidewalks with telephone poles in the middle of the sidewalk. Will grandma continue to ride, knowing that her grandkids are gonna smack a pole and end up in the middle of the road for the car to decide their fate? This is an actual story. My friend, bike club member, safe rider and engineer for Kimball, crashed on 231 on the sidewalk. He was hurt pretty bad riding home, going back to Boyce County Block, riding down the hill, down the sidewalk, hit a curb or some kind of unknown injection in the concrete, slid over the concrete, luckily went into somebody's yard and not in the road. And so he was just trying to go home, going down an unsafe hill on a sidewalk with roads that were made for water control and not a fast moving bike. They should be built for both. Now, who is going to build the bike city infrastructure? Do not hire random people to build bike trails. I repeat, don't hire random people to build bike trails. Hire bike people to build bike trails or bike trail people. And the analogy is you wouldn't hire somebody to do your pool company to put your roof on your house. And the reason for that is it would be dangerous. Most cities do not hire bike experts to build their trails, and the publics end up not using the trails. Examples: bike paths right next to roads, not a good idea. Concrete paths going down hills, not following contour lines for street or speed control. The mountain bike example I have in this town which is a huge tax mess or tax revenue increase, is people pass by Ferdinand State Park and Du Bois 4-H Fairgrounds and drive right to French Hill at the mountain bike. They drive right past our current trail infrastructures and drive to these other towns. For one, Ferdinand doesn't build trails on the contour lines. They have trails that are just straight up and down the hills. Now that's a mountain bike example. Now, vehicles cause bike deaths and injuries. I could go through a bunch of statistics on the deaths that happen on bikes and why publics consider them to be so dangerous. But it's because vehicles are riding over these bikes. It's not because bikes are dangerous. If you actually take vehicles out of the scenario, you get less than like maybe 10 or 15 deaths a year that are occurring on bicycles. It's always, 1,000 bicyclists crash that occur on roads on states every year. The cost of this normally exceeds over $23 billion in the United States every year. Additional, they're built in urban areas, sections of roadways that occur. When you compare vehicle deaths to car deaths, you get about a 1 out of 5,300 chance of death in a vehicle. And on a bicycle, it's 1 in 60,000. Now, even if you were to increase the numbers of equal to equal, which is 4 times the amount of bikers, you would only get about 4,000 deaths on a bicycle. Now, Henry Ford once said, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said build faster horses. This comment here is because I heard we have a lot of people talking about what they want and what they don't want about bikes. It's irrelevant. The only reason why I say that is because, a lot of people have never been to towns and seen the local impact that you get whenever you get these people to downtown. Now, I use a vehicle to get work back and forth from work for about 14 minutes a day. And I understand that highways are for transportation and we shouldn't touch the way that some of these vehicles and stuff are transporting, but my road in front of my house, it should be multi-useful. I have a perfect scenario. I actually have an impossible way to get out in front of my house. I live in front of Sheeta Road, in front of the police post. My children decide to ride their bikes and be murdered by a dump truck in 5 minutes. Luckily, they can just ride out the back and go down the parklands and shoot off around town. Not every kid has that choice. And so what should neighborhood roads be built for? For pedestrians to use and encourage communities to build relationships. 14 minutes a day versus 4 hours a day of building community relationships. And of course, we need to get people out of vehicles and riding bikes so they will be safe. We will save lives. It will better the local economy and build personal relationships. Solving parking issues, and most importantly, good thing I came today on the health crisis, we will solve the health crisis. The large issues that I was hearing about were like, what are we going to do for these people when things are happening? It's like, what if they could just get out and get some fresh air, walk around for a little bit, maybe ride a bike? And it kind of comes back to if you stand on the front door of everybody's house, that problem is different for everybody. But New ideas. I believe we need to use the American Rescue Plan money to rebuild our American infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, bike infrastructure, increase foot traffic to local businesses. If not the American Rescue Plan, any plan will do. Volunteer plan, donation plan. Us, Jasper Bike Club, built a $400,000 pump track with $5,000. We built $1 million bike park for $20K at the Jasper High School. We have over 3,500 Google searches every single month. People from Ohio, Kentucky, and Illinois travel here to our bike park. We need to plan before we go forward. The new highway, it's gonna have lots of building going on those old farmlands, sad. But those old farms will be split up by the highway, and the families will sell off to developers over time. And so let's guarantee a plan that is in place for bike paths. The next land, or the land next to it will also be sold to commercial businesses, and so let's guarantee people can get back and forth from work with easy bike infrastructure. We need to bury existing electric poles that are on some of the streets, minimize bike and pedestrian paths next to vehicle paths. Once we have an infrastructure in place, we need to encourage local citizens to only use their bikes and walk for daily tasks. Past 2 years, we've figured out that they will pretty much do whatever the government tells them to, and going to work in a random test that don't require cargo space, they can easily ride their bikes. I do it now, and it's made my life, it's improved it. Now, I can get anywhere in town faster than I can a bicycle, or than I can on a vehicle. Kids riding to school will equal less bus expenses, less parents in traffic. Maybe the kid doesn't even need an escort. I know my 6-year-old can make it to school, and he's in the 1st grade. It opens up a map. When you allow your kid to ride to school, it opens up a map in their head that they've never visualized before, and it becomes more self-aware of the world. It's a brilliant thing. Also, when you have 1,000 people out riding the bikes in the morning going to and from work, you don't really have to worry about kidnapping or something like most parents seem to be. We need to encourage businesses and employees to ride their bikes, more natural surface trails throughout the city and the county, bike safety education. We need to use waterways, old railroad paths, improve relationships with landowners to improve the chances of natural surface trails. And of course, I have all kinds of ideas on what we could do throughout the downtown to get people safely to this and that and that. But honestly, we need to just improve the way that the city looks as far as for bike paths. We need to create bike paths and also pedestrian paths for people walking. Another thing is actually increase, there's just another picture of somebody going to and from work. Cool idea that I've been trying to convince, I think the rabbit hole that we have to crawl down is what are we gonna do to get under 231 to get people like, for example, if we went and jumped on a bicycle right now, how could we get to the parklands? Would you ride your bike to the parklands? How would you ride? It'd be really difficult, especially for a child. We need to get a tunnel under 231. How do we do that? We use the current Centennial Park that has a huge 30-foot wall. We build a tunnel through that into the parklands. That will create pedestrian walkways. We have ideas for encouraging businesses, which is indoor bike paths. Walmart's driving home with this in Bentonville, Arkansas. They have a huge program to where, they're just allowing people, they have the opportunity to go to and from work. And of course, when they get to work, they have indoor parking, showers. It's an amazing thing. And of course, you're talking about tax advantages for those people. This would be a really good idea that we could do at the Riverwalk. You have walk paths, but you also you got water sections and stuff that you're worried about for erosion, whatnot. You build iron paths that are fun to ride and bike trails. And of course, the questions we need to ask is how did Bentonville, Arkansas do it? How did Nashville do it? How much time do we got? If you don't mind me asking.
You got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, good. How did Nashville, Indiana do it? How did Terre Haute do it? Terre Haute, Indiana. They invested in a $1.5 million bike park. In 2019, they had 48,000 visitors and a 2.5 economic impact directly to the direct impact, not a ripple effect, but direct. 2001, they saw $3 to $4 million added to their local economy that wasn't originally there. Bentonville, Arkansas, which is the mother of this, and kind of where I'm basing this idea of on how to increase foot traffic downtown. In 2016, they invested early on in 5 miles of trail that were right in the center of town and kind of was meant for biking. 2001, they had a economic impact that a reported sales tax revenue of $43 million added to their local economy. Now, 2022, they had another 3.5 million people coming to their trails. And in 2022, they added 250 new trails to their network. Now, the reason is because of this outdoor economy. It's a $730 billion outdoor economy. We take vacations, we do a lot of things as families, but every weekend we're out spending money doing something, recreation, camping, riding our bikes, doing these things. And so what we want to actually trigger on is not the direct impact of bikes, which is $10 billion on bikes, recreation, stuff of that nature. We don't even really want to worry about the indirect effect, which is an indirect would be, I'm sure y'all know what indirect, right? Somebody like, I got a bicycle, now I'm gonna go get a hotel, I'm gonna go get food and gas. I wanna worry about the ripple effect. The ripple effect is, we're gonna create $13 billion in tax revenue for local cities because these people are driving and riding mountain bikes in those cities. I know I give French Lick a lot of my money. Because I drove over there, I ride gas, I spend gas. But right now, there's going to be about a $200 billion ripple effect this next year created from people going out and riding their mountain bikes and giving it to other small towns. And so it would be nice to be able to capture that $13 billion tax revenue increase, just stop people coming to Jasper, Indiana to ride bikes. But we have to give them a reason to. Now,
What does French Lick have? I'm not.
they just have a couple mountain bike trails up there by the casino. They're beautiful. They were built by Alex Stewart, a real professional mountain bike trail builder. And if you've ever been out to like Ferdinand State Forest and Road, you have trails that are just straight up, straight down. So it just, nobody wants to, yeah, I mean, it's dangerous. And so you can do things like just take a contour map, which is lines. And you follow those contour lines and you get safe, easy trails that we could add 10 to 15, 20 miles of mountain bike trails. And they're real easy. Get people, but the reason why I'm here is more or less not worry about mountain bike stuff. It's more or less to worry about the biking infrastructure here. If I live on Jackson, how are me as a child going to get to the elementary school on my bicycle? Me as a father that wants to not have children with mental health issues. What should I be encouraging? Exercise, good diet. And so how do we encourage exercise if we're trapped in our homes? The only choice we have to get downtown is to get a vehicle. Now, that's not everywhere. I used to live over on Lackner. I had a small pump track that I had built on 2nd Street, Lackner Street. Pretty good walking there. I love those neighborhoods. So it's not every neighborhood, but I think that what we need to do is look at it like, if we want more foot traffic, if we want to help the local businesses with money being spent down here, well, how do we do that? We need to accidentally have a whole bunch of pedestrians that are bored in the evenings end up downtown. Maybe not in the evening, but on Saturdays, Sundays, in the afternoons. I mean, you go to Nashville, Indiana on a weekend and look at the foot traffic. But how are they doing that? How is Bentonville, Arkansas getting the amount of people that they are traveling to a flat mountain bike community? Flat. How are they doing this? How do they have the amount of local growth? But anyway, that's what I just wanted to come and talk to today. Thank y'all so much for taking the time to talk to me. Y'all have any questions for me, anything else?
Well, excuse me. I think one of the issues that I see with government is very compartmentalized in theirs. So within the things you've said, you've talked about state government, county government, city government.
Yeah. I'm a business owner, so I'll break it down very thoroughly.
Sometimes those, each portion of that has their own specific thing that they do or have an interest in doing. So for us, the main things that I see from what you're talking about would be for us to ensure that DuBois County Park, the area, the 4-H, what are we doing out there? That's something we would have control over. County roads, we would have control over some of the things that happen there. Some of the work with the Mid-States Corridor, alluded to, we have some things with that. But probably the main thing I took from you is that you have a passion for this, and it made me think about things that I never thought about, because that's not been historically something that I know anything about.
Sure.
My son and I walked around over by the parklands, that bike trip, and we're like, I guess heck, I still don't know. Am I allowed, would we be allowed to just go on it anytime we want? Do you have to be an expert? Do you have, people don't know a lot of things about biking. I've really done one nice bike trail down in Owensboro, I think, that I enjoyed. It was on reclaimed property. I guess overall, it's just given me a lot to think about that I haven't considered before. We actually did the board did a bike trail master plan of some sort. I was opposed to it. Those two voted for it, so I didn't find the value in it as much as
It could have been
they did.
done a lot different.
Yeah, so I don't even, I don't know much about all of it, but you're thinking that plan is not how you would have done it necessarily?
I thought it was beautiful. It's kind of like the parklands, it's beautiful. But I think it would be easier to solve issues that we actually have here in the city. Like, for example, I encourage anybody that's curious about biking infrastructure, just get on a bicycle and ride across the city, and you'll find everything that you should just get out on a piece of paper and start marking down. Fix those issues first, and then work on the $10 million plan of getting everybody outside the city. But we have children in this community that don't have a way to ride bikes. They just don't. And I know we think that they do, but it needs to be more than just a child that's with his friends that wants to dare to cross to get to the highway. Put it like this way. Do we want our children, after all the deaths that I just talked about that are all caused from vehicles, do we want our children riding next to vehicles on the road? Their chances of death just increase. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from is I think we could build this beautiful trail system outside of town and go 10 or 15 miles, but that's going to be catering to the community that's already riding bikes and can get right outside of town safely. I think we want to look through the eyes that maybe a retired grandmother wants to get out with her grandkids and go riding. How do we make that possible? How do we increase a local economy? Pretty much, how do we better foot traffic down here? How do we get families to and from the downtown square? Because it's perfect down here. You could ride a bike everywhere, all over this area. But once you start getting up in some of those communities, it becomes a little bit more difficult, especially with the sidewalks that they're laid out, bringing the electrical poles, kind of getting those out of the way. For example, the way that we have the telephone poles in the ground, and the only area that you have, if one of those children did clip the pole, they're going right out the street. It's not the opposite, right? Telephone poles on the outside, to where if they clip the pole, they go in the yard. Small things like that. That's what I would like to see us use a large majority of the money. More bike parks, more citywide bike trails, natural surface.
So I have two more comments. I'm going to pass it on to Jen. One, most of the things that you're talking about would be city issues. So I would recommend, if you haven't talked to the city councils, they're the ones that would do that. If I said, we picked one great idea that we should do downtown, unless it's on the courthouse square, we don't have any authority to do any of that. So you probably already know all that.
Yeah.
So that would be one part. Oh, and the second part is, I don't know what time you showed up, but we are participating in a program called HELP, Hoosier Enduring Legacy Program, and we have put $2.5 million of our art money into that. The city of Jasper's put money into it, and there's an additional $1 million. So long story short, there's going to be $4 million of things that we're going to be projects, things we're going to do over the next couple of years, and we are in the process of recruiting people to be a part of that, so that they can share their thoughts. And this would be something, a quality of life or a health issue, that if you were interested in, I'd really love to have you on board with that if you wanted to.
Yeah, I would voice as much opinions as I got. Like, for the past years, I've met with city council members, parks department members. I've been told that kids don't like ride bikes. So that's what I'm up against right now. That's why I'm here. I can go bark all day long and tell everybody to make a faster, or excuse me, tell people what they need, but they're telling me to build a faster horse at this point. And so it'd be nice if we could kind of, I don't know, really start to think outside the box. That's what we kind of need. And you're right, that's really good to hear those things. So if you could get me on board with those, I've got volunteer crews ready to start building right now. I've got actually billion-dollar company right now giving me as much money as I can get to try to build trails, and I can't find places to build trails and put in communities and stuff, or put stuff in this community. But boy, guys, questions?
No, but I can answer one of yours. My son is not allowed to cross 231. That's the line.
Isn't that sad
You're
too?
allowed to ride on this side of it.
Yeah.
He's got a bike in the back room of our restaurant, and he rides the river walking around to his friend's houses on one side of 231, not the other.
Yeah, and people think of like a tunnel is like impossible. Meanwhile, go to Holiday World and see how hard it is. Like, go right underneath the tunnel. It's like, have y'all ever been to that Centennial Park down there off 231?
I don't even know what's the.
You know where they're building the new culverts, or
Yeah.
you know, right across the highway, there's that forest area. It's right beside the golf course. It's called Centennial Park. It's a abandoned park that is beautiful. And it would be a perfect place. It's got a 30-foot wall backed up against 231 that looks like it's going to collapse any moment now. No, I'm kidding. But it's looking like it, you know, it's held up by minor stuff. But if we were to dig that out and actually put a tunnel system into that to connect the other side of the highway, you wouldn't have to worry about your kids. And the thing is, the fact that you told your child not to do that, he's going to do it one day. If not, he is already. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, a lot of the ideas that I have are stuff that could be done tomorrow. You know, I can go break up concrete on a corner and put in a slope curve. It's not that hard. You just need permission.
No, I just,
By the way, you comment, I like
would
that.
echo much of what Chad said, especially the last two comments. That's what I was sitting here, where I was going, is that there is that separation between county and city.
Sure.
And if you're talking about curbs and issues within the city, that, you know, we have no jurisdiction there. And the health program would be a great place, as we develop this strategic investment plan for any group to get involved and present their ideas and their suggestions. I appreciate your passion for it, and I agree with an awful lot of what you said as far as the exercise and the recreation and that sort of thing, and that was part of why we went ahead and developed the bike and pedestrian plan throughout the county. Now, that's different, a little different than what you're talking about. I realize that, but that's what we have jurisdiction over, and that's what we feel like we have some control over. We've got the plan, now we need to implement some of that. We need to find the money to.
Why not get with the city and work connecting that? Like, instead of being two different parties and stuff.
Tell you what,
Well, like, we obviously have two different ideas. Like, for example, that outside city, I call it the outside city plan because that's kind of what it is. It's building infrastructure outside that is going to be beautiful. But why not work with the city to build bike parks? I mean, heck, that's a question for the city. But the point is, why not work with the city to actually better implement a plan to not only get infrastructure fixed inside the city, but as well as out?
I think our focus when we developed that plan was the connectivity between what the city is doing and the county, so that we don't have something out here and they have something here and there's no connectivity. But that's, you know, I think that was our focus, you know, so we can connect to the trails and pathways, bike paths and so forth that exist within the cities and connect those to the county infrastructure.
Interesting. One idea I would have for that is to actually take out all the concrete paths, a lot of the asphalt stuff, and actually go with more natural surface. It'd be better for erosion, better for long periods of time. You get volunteers to take care of that much stuff, and it's easy to actually maintenance. Other than that, guys, thank y'all so much for having me.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Appreciate it. It was very nice to meet every single one of you.
Thank you.
Elmer. Nice to meet
Yes,
you. Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm saying,
Very nice talking
I'm
to you.
going to tell
I know, you were very lovely. Thank y'all for having me, guys. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Election annexation orders.
Hi, good morning. Obviously, I do not look like Amy, but I am in her office. I am gonna hand this to you first. She had a family emergency that she's had to leave town. Her father is at the hospital in Evansville, not doing very well. So what I just handed Chad is there has been an annex that was put into place. It looks like it was 10/12/21. And so I do know this part, when we contacted the state and had them updating our annexes, we were put to the bottom of the totem pole. And they said, you're not our bigger problem. We've got bigger problems up in other counties. So we'll push you off until next year. And that's exactly what they did. So Amy, not knowing that, obviously did the legwork of what we needed to do in 21, got all of the paperwork and got everything annexed in. But then they came back and said, oh, we'll take you now in 22 and we'll kind of do your work that we were supposed to be annexing in 21. So that, I think that you spoke with Amy a little bit about that, correct?
Yes.
About the annexations. And in doing that, some more annexations have been added in 22, and the state has fixed those. So this paperwork in front of you is actually something that just needs to be signed off by the commissioners. Once again, I feel like Mr. Schneider.
We ran through it, yes, and I don't know that I've seen the finished product.
Okay.
Amy and I had talked about it, again, new annexations came through, we need to update our mapping. And there should be exhibits attached to that, I believe, is that right?
Yeah, there is, yes. So it looks like originally it was Bainbridge 1 going to Bainbridge 4S. That was annexed in 2018. And then Madison 2 went to Madison Jasper North, which was annexed in July of 2021. And there's only, honestly, there was only a handful that kind of fell in through that annexation. And then 7/12/22, Bainbridge 7, and there's some changes going into Bainbridge 4N, and then Ferdinand 1 going into Ferdinand 3, and that was in March of 2022. So that is the information I was told to bring over to you guys. Any questions?
I don't think so. I think we talked about some of this, especially the Bainbridge 1 to Bainbridge 4 South or four something.
We had addressed that in the order we did last year.
Yeah.
But since we did that order, some new ones came in, and again, as they said, the state
Yeah,
has addressed
Right, I
other
don't
issues.
recall hearing the Ferdinand 1, for example, or the Bainbridge 7 one.
Right.
But I understand that's what has to happen when.
Yeah, so I
when
think
that
originally
takes place.
that order was signed by you guys, and then what happened was the state pushed us off.
Mhm.
And that's exactly what happened. We had everything in place, the state pushed us off, and we weren't that important. We only had a few changes, and they said, oh, we'll take care of you later. And then they finally got a hold of us in 22 and said, oh, we'll take care of you now. So, okay, that is it. That's all I have.
These will be in place for the coming elections.
They will be, yes.
There's an effective date of January the 1st, actually, of this year. It did not apply.
2022.
Correct, but it did not apply to any of our, correct, primaries or general.
It will go into effect in 24?
No,
23, okay.
we're making it effective. It says January 1st of 2022. I asked Amy whether or not that had any impact on what occurred in the primary, and she said that it did not.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Who gets this?
You'll need a motion and a second, and then we'll return that back to you here.
It's really good. Here you go, Rick.
What actually happens if you take an acre in Ireland and take it into city limits, what they now vote for city elections where they couldn't before? Correct. Does it change anything other than that? I mean, is that the whole point of
Tax
what
a little more. Yeah.
Right, they get other
They
benefits
get-
from the annexation, but from the
They get
election.
your trash picked up.
Yeah,
City utilities, city
It
services.
changes the, the people who may be on the ballot.
Correct.
I mean, I think you're correct. Much of it would be the same. I mean, from the federal offices on down, even into the county section of it, it may or may not changes. It perhaps changes the district, for example, on the council side. On the commissioners here, we're elected by the entire county. But on the council side, they have districts that they represent. So somebody might be pushed from one district into another.
But it doesn't affect any of our elections for this fall.
Okay.
I do
None of that was changed.
I'll move that we approve the order establishing the precincts as presented.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Needs a test. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, 911 dispatch hire.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm here to ask for permission to make an additional job offer to Sarah Haas. She was one of the candidates from a previous hiring process. In speaking with our staff in-house, she was our number 2 pick of the 3 candidates that remained in that process. The first pick we have already hired. He's Ronnie Welp. He's already working. Would like to have her begin work on October. I don't remember the date off the top of my head. It's October 10th.
It's not 45 minutes from now.
No, it is not 45, a little longer window. We had a PTO and a comp time payout on our employee who's leaving us. So we have had about a 4-week gap in employment without an additional appropriation. We don't have enough trainers to train our new hires right now anyway, so we're not gonna rush getting her in the door. We wouldn't have anything for her to do because we're lacking trainers. That is a problem because we've lost 2 in the last year. We're gonna keep charging forward. I don't really have any answers. We can talk about employee retention for a very long time. I don't know that our office is suffering anything different from any of the other county offices. I don't have any good answers. We're trying our best. We really are.
I would say yours is suffering in a different way because of the 24/7
Absolutely.
situation.
Yeah, we lose people because of the schedule. And that schedule meaning odd work hours and odd work days. Most recently, we had Marky conduct a formal exit interview with the employee that's leaving. He's an 11-year employee. He will be greatly missed. He's been a huge asset to us as a trainer and as a very dedicated member of our staff. And he will not be easy to replace. We're gonna work hard to do that because that's what we have to do. But, I hate to lose him. I hate to lose so we've lost a 10-year guy and an 11-year guy the last 2 times. That's between 2 and 20 years of experience out the door in 2 months. And I don't have any good answers.
And when you say it's the schedule, it's the nature of the 24/7.
It is.
I mean,
It is. There's no
somebody's got to be
change.
there at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You're not talking about the schedule that you have control over.
No, and the portion that we have control over, I did poll all of our employees that were affected by the unusual work hours. I abstained from even giving an opinion about it, and so did Kim, and so did Aaron Miller, because it didn't apply to them. Aaron's schedule is flexed. Kim and I's schedule is what I would deem a traditional schedule, traditionally Monday through Friday. We had 10 of so we had 12 people voting. We were short an employee that day, so that theme continues. 10 of the 12 voted for no change whatsoever, other than going to the schedule that is proposed for 2023 of the slight expansion of work hours that I talked about a couple months ago. 2 were in support of different work hours, different starting and stop times. Those 2 employees are the same 2 employees that have left. They favored a daytime work schedule, knowing that their seniority would allow them to work probably 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And it would have allowed them to have a more traditional schedule on the work hours. It doesn't solve the problem of working weekends. It doesn't solve the problem of holidays. It doesn't solve Christmas. They're really the hardest. So now I'm left with 10 people that all want to do it the same way. Nobody wants to change. And I'm okay with that. I enjoy the schedule the way it is. I see every employee when I work. It gives me a chance to not have a separation between administration and our people that are in those seats doing that work every day. It allows us to have a more cohesive team, and it's supported by my staff. And I think really when we're talking about this, the majority has to rule. And the majority is by a large amount. If it was a close split, I think we would have to have a discussion. But it's not. Particularly now, it's even less close because the 2 that wanted to do it different are no longer employed with us. So I'm sure that was part of their consideration of leaving, is knowing that that schedule was not going to change and they were going to have unconventional work hours. But I can't change that, and I don't think we need to go against 10 people for the wishes of 2. Those other 10 people are very important. They're not as experienced. They're not as valuable on a training aspect or a leadership role, but they are absolutely critical to our operation. We will continue to seek out better ways of doing things and continue to talk, but I think this is a local problem on employee retention. I think it is a national problem in public safety for employee retention. And we are seeing the results here, much like a lot of other things. Our area is kind of catching up with where we're at nationally. And I don't have a good answer. Fortunately for us, we do have good candidates that are continuing to apply. We are just head above water. We're just losing those experienced people. I think the days of us having a 20 or 25-year dispatcher, I think that's over. I don't know that we'll ever see that again. I wish we would, but I don't think that's not the world that we're living in employee retention, especially in public safety. So it's unfortunate, but we're going to keep doing the best we can with what we've got. So far, so good. Better we can.
Any questions about the new hire? Comments?
No, that's the recommendation of the director and the board. I'm good.
I'll move that we approve the new hire as presented.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
I did want to bring up along those same lines in that same discussion. I think I alluded to it in an email, and being that the commissioners and board of commissioners set the schedule, I think you should all at least be aware that we are going to be entering a mandatory overtime situation in the dispatch. We don't have a choice to fill the shifts. I am on the county council agenda to ask for the funding to pay that, because I don't have it in my budget. I have a small amount of cushion that's built in, and I'm down to about $200 left in that cushion for the year, with all the worst case scenarios figured out. So essentially I'm out of money to pay for any overtime work, and I have to have overtime work. We will end up in a comp time situation we cannot get out of without paying out overtime. I've laid out the facts to the county council, and we'll just have to see how it goes. I'm on their agenda for September 26th, but I think you all should know that we are in a mandatory overtime situation.
So will the process be such that if somebody has to work extra hours, they get comp time,
Correct.
then they hit a limit, then we start paying them out? That's what you're...
Yeah, we'll try to manage it. If I can get the budget monies, we will kind of walk the tightrope of that balance and do it on a case-by-case basis, partially on what the employee wishes. We have some people that love overtime money and want it. We have other people that want the time off. And we have some people that want a little of both. So my goal is to work with everybody individually. It's what we've done up to this point very effectively. And it just is, we're gonna be going to 84 hours every 2 weeks. So there will be 8 hours that is over the traditional schedule that is worked every 2 weeks. It is all on a 40-hour work week already, so it will all be time and a half compensation, whether it be in comp time or money. And I think that it's important for you guys to know that that's occurring in our center. It's not our proposed schedule, but it is how we will have to compensate employees fairly and according to the FLSA guidelines that we have to operate within. So I hope to be out of that by the end of the year. As long as people stop leaving us, we will be out of that by the end of the year. But I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm forecasting that we may lose some other people yet this year to other employment opportunities. It doesn't surprise me that we will take it as it comes and keep moving forward as best we can.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison, Mickey?
Hi,
Hi.
I do have the conference line open,
Perfect. They are calling in at 11.
so they should dial in anytime.
Yeah.
So if you want to wait a couple minutes, we can wait
We
for
can
them
go
to call.
ahead and introduce ourselves and then I'm sure they'll call in right on time.
Okay.
So I'm Allison Minky, this is Jeff Tooley. We're with Baird Private Wealth Management here in Jasper. So Baird has 5 separate business units. We are with Private Wealth Management, which is how most people in this community know us. But one of those business units is actually public finance. And we were introduced to Landon Bain out of Indianapolis. He's the managing director. And we were talking about opportunities in Du Bois County, specific to property tax assessments going up, but then it led into our county discussion as well. So I reached out to Elmer and asked to be placed on the agenda today. So thank you for seeing us. And I think Landon will be better as far as explaining exactly what he sees the opportunities here in Du Bois County are as far as funding capital projects. I would say, I was looking through some of your minutes from July and noticed that on the agenda you had talked, or in the minutes you had talked about putting together more of a long-range plan for the county. And I think that Landon's team would be really helpful as far as strategy and how you plan to fund some of your projects that's going on. But we can get into that with him. And I'm gonna pass out some handouts for you. This is just an overview of there.
Hopefully those were on Eastern time here.
He knows. He knows.
Just thought of that.
Yeah.
He's come a minute.
Yeah, sure.
He'll be on.
Hopefully he doesn't have any trouble dialing in.
If so, I can always pull him up on my phone too through
If not, we can dial, we can call him.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yep, there he is.
There
Hello.
we go, right on time.
Hello.
Hi there, it's Landon Bain with Baird.
We have you on speakerphone, so Allison just introduced herself.
Hi, Landon.
Hi, Allison.
So, Jeff's here too. I was just telling them that we were speaking last week about some opportunities here in Du Bois County. And I'm really gonna just kind of let you take it from there, tell them a little bit about yourself, and then some of the ways we think we can help with some funding of projects here in the county.
Yes, absolutely. This is Landon Bain with Baird Public Finance. I've got my colleague Josh on with me. We've got a great resume for working with counties across the state on a number of different project categories. It seems lately we've done a lot of jail work, which, after the local income tax legislation from, I think, 2016, it really paved the way for jail projects across the state and meeting greater needs for capacity. Outside of that, we've got experience with road work, just property tax bond management, park district debt, county redevelopment debt, including pure TIF work. LaPorte County was one we worked on earlier this year for a new TIF area on an intersection outside of Michigan City. And then in total, we firm-wide, within the state, we do anywhere from 700 million to about $1 billion annually. So this gives us pretty good perspective across different project types. Recently, we've had a lot of conversations with the assessed valuation numbers that have come out about some of the repercussions of the cyclical reassessment this year. Most counties are up about 15%. We've seen a couple that are up even way north of that, and only a handful stayed neutral from last year. So understanding and walking through the implications of the reassessment is a conversation we've had with a lot of our clients over the past 3 weeks, really. Allison asked us to take a look at the county and your circumstances, and similar discussion can be had. So I think, generally speaking, debt is not subject to cap, like your operating levies are subject to growth quotient cap, and is sometimes used as an opportunity to expand your overall levy. And I'm just citing the correct figures here. So the county reassessment this year went to 2.9 billion, up from 2.54, which is about a 14.6% growth. So the challenge becomes, as you operate, going into your budget hearings with taking your operating levies up by the 5% growth quotient limitation, your overall county rate naturally will drop against a higher assessed value growth of 14.6%. So the conversation is really, as you look at unmet capital needs or the challenges you face within your overall budget this year, and not knowing specifically how your different categories are repricing, like insurance quotes and wage growth, et cetera. We just noticed that a lot of counties are contending with the same inflationary pressure that you and I are personally. And so finding strategies to still access resources and grow your resource base to stay up with expansion in your expenses is really where we've had this conversation about deploying a new debt levy or an expansion to the debt levy to keep your overall county rate up and use it as a way to fund maybe more capital related items or even projects that you've got identified that don't have funding associated with them yet, such that you can meet those funding requirements and embark on projects that you deem necessary. I'll stop there. That's really the general backdrop of the conversation we've had lately, and it doesn't mean that you have to keep your county rate where it was, but it really is more of an opportunity that as the assessors this year were given more flexibility to reset property assessments really at market value or near market value with the better comping approach for cyclical reassessment, that you've got an opportunity here to expand your resources above 5% without actually increasing your overall county rate and probably finding a balance between the two, right? So I'll stop there. Allison, if you've got anything else to add, similar to our prior discussions, happy to take questions in general.
I don't really have anything to add other than, do you, Jeff?
Not really. We're meeting with other mayors, and the school corporations seem to do a good job on this in the past, but nothing specific though.
Yeah, so I'm sure that there are probably some questions or maybe you have specific projects in mind that you're not really, they're started, but we don't really have the funding set for them. This is kind of the thing. The idea is really this tax rate management, to not have it go down, go up, go down, go up, but try and keep it steady, as far as the rate goes, and also provide funding, for any projects that you may have, or like Landon was saying, even to keep up with inflation from a county perspective and spending, since you are capped at that 5% growth limit. It's another opportunity.
I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm hearing, just to make sure that I'm hearing it properly. So you're saying borrow money so that we could, that would give us a reason to increase our income to cover that debt. So maybe just give me the simplest version of this you're saying. If we had a project, we wanted to spend $10 million on something, and you're saying that our current growth quotient wouldn't cover paying for this project, Baird has a solution, and that solution is we borrow money to pay for that project, and how do we pay for it?
Yes.
Am I making sense? Or
Yes, you're making sense.
But
We would implement a new debt service levy tax.
So the taxpayer has to pay
And that would,
a higher rate.
No,
correct.
well, as a percent, the idea is it's a tax management strategy. Whereas, Landon, sorry if I'm interfering here, so, now let me just let you take it.
Is that an additional tax?
Yes.
This one is an additional tax. What it does is it keeps the overall tax rate even, because you're capped at your 5% quotient, right? But the tax assessed values are going up. So essentially, you're losing out on your revenues between the difference between how much the assessed values are going up and your 5% cap. So this is placing in some funding so that that rate stays even total across the board.
It's creating an additional tax that offsets the decrease that the assessed value, the decrease in tax rate that the assessed value created.
Because of the cap.
So if the tax rate goes from, let's just say from 2% down to 1.9, there's a 10%, not a 10%, a 0.1% there that is available or that we could implement to fund a bond of some type
Correct.
or borrowing in some way.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think I understand.
Yeah, so just to speak the numbers specific to the county, so if we expand the operating levy by 5%, and assuming that's just a pure, that's our estimation from the county budget order from last year. So your total county levy was $9.18 million. The certified levy with a rate of 36 cents. Expanding that 9.18 million by 5% brings you to 9.6 million. And against the new assessed valuation of 2.9 billion, your rate would naturally drop by 3 cents to 33 cents.
Mm-hmm.
The idea with the debt is that you could add up to, and these are the numbers that we've come up with, $880,000 of a new debt payment and still keep your rate at 36 cents. So it's about overall county rate management to make sure that your resources expand the same way that your assessment phase does.
Right, and so Landon, on a 20-year bond, that equates to what? That 880 debt service? I didn't bring my calculator.
Yeah, we haven't calculated, but it's, I mean, it'd be somewhere north of $10 million on a 20-year basis.
Yeah.
Now that's a separate conversation because with really the strategy that we've embarked on with a number of clients is to issue a smaller year-end bond just to make sure the levy is put in place for next year. So literally, we could issue a $880,000 bond issue, just due next year. And then next year, come back to the table and contemplate what projects you wanted to fund. Alternatively, you could issue it all by year end. And it doesn't have to be 800 to 80,000. I mean, if you guys had a project that was $3 million and we issued it over 10 years, for example, we might only need $400,000 in a payment. And so you're still allowing your overall county rate to drop. But again, you're taking advantage of the growth in your value or your total assessed value base right now.
The county's taking advantage of it, but the residents would pay more.
More dollars.
The idea is when the
Rate
levy,
would be the
when the assessed value goes up, you're hoping the rates come down to kind of equal out what people are paying. And you're saying to capture more money so the people who paid it, they wouldn't get the benefit of the rate of the AV going up.
Right, and the idea of it really, the fundamental idea of it is that the county's fees or expenses are also going up with inflation. And to capture a way to pay for that. Because
above our levy?
With this levy,
Because currently, we set our budgets to fit that levy.
Right.
And we use our total growth quotient, we never.
Yeah. Right, but in this instance, you're capped, and so, inflation has gone up much more than 5%.
Right.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I think that's where the question is, like, if we sat back and set aside the idea of this being a debt, but if we asked ourselves, if we could increase the levy past the 5% growth quotient this year, would we? And a lot of people have said yes, because their expenses are up beyond 5%. And we've seen two folks go through wage studies lately, and they're coming out at 5 to 6% just alone. And then anecdotally, the insurance premium resets are just astronomical. So I think, that's the real question, is if this is really a strategy to expand your overall county levy beyond 5%, and in a way that you're not actually increasing the overall county rate.
And you're bonding that for just expenses, or what are you bonding for?
No, you'd have to bond for a capital related item. If you had capital in your general fund budget, you could pull it out over to a debt levy. We've seen that in one case. But if you've got a project that is maybe on the county's priority list, it's an opportunity to maybe use this as a chance to fund that.
Yeah, and there's some examples he gave at the beginning where, the jails, roads, parks, those kind of things, so.
We're obviously bonded with our jail right now, so.
Right. I know there's a county walking trail that, has been a project for a while. It would be an opportunity to fund some of that. I hear there's a multi-use facility going in that might have some county and city and the Y maybe together on that. So I'm sure there are projects that you all have that you wish you could kind of get a little more done on, so this would be an opportunity to get some funding there to push some of those projects along.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what I'm thinking here. Are there anything that could, capital-wise, that could be pulled out of county general, or, and I don't know what they would be, that could be funded that way? As an alternative to actually not creating a capital project. We all have dreams and schemes and what have you out there, but is there something we need to fund anyway?
Right.
And that goes back to, I think that was my question. And I think it's been answered. It has to be a capital project of some type. It can't be just to offset county general funding.
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
I don't have any other questions.
I think I
Anything,
understand,
Mr. Russell?
I understand the
No,
concept.
I think I got it, and again, it's, would have to be project driven.
Sandy?
No, we're just fortunate here that we have our income tax funds that help us offset some of those costs right now in the general fund.
So much like the,
Sandy, what did you see have you gotten any estimates on your income tax growth for next year?
They increased over this year. I
Yeah,
don't have
we're
exact numbers.
income tax growth almost on step with assessed value growth. It's in the teens in most spots too. So that's another avenue where at least that revenue source is keeping up with
Yes, it is.
overall growth.
And most of our capital projects that we fund on a regular basis are coming out of the income tax edit or lit,
Right.
uh,
On the tax.
accounts rather than county general.
Yeah, so we could do a workaround and we could free up those monies from income tax, but then you could shift income tax over to other general related funds in step with it. So you'd still be able to accomplish the same thing.
Okay.
And commissioners, this is really just we're not encouraging it one way or the other, but I think we want to make sure you're aware of the opportunity. It's really unique this year. We've learned a lot from diving into the numbers with our clients. And, we see it as something at least worth a discussion and, having knowledge about whether you undertake it or not is completely up to you.
And when you say it's unique, you mean, you're referring to the fact that we can do it this year based on the assessment without raising overall rate, tax rate.
You got it.
It's not something that's legislatively new and available to us.
It's because of the increased assessed value.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that, again, we're in a cyclical reassessment year, so it's just they had, you'd have to get with your county assessor, but I think that
I do believe
general
ours went
gist
up
is that
14% or something like that.
Okay, I think that's it then.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Yeah,
really
it.
appreciate your time today. Have a good
you
day.
got it. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Ambulance? Hello, Mr. Young, how are you?
All right.
Good. Thank you.
So we had put in, for a ambulance in this next 2023 budget. So like normally happens, you come and ask, and you get your budget process and then, everything's going well and then all of a sudden the train wreck starts. So where we're at, these top two, this is what I handed you as a fleet summary report. These top two are the two trucks that are in need of replacement. As you can see, they both, one has 329,000, the other one has 335,000 miles on it. Basically the reason I'm here today is because we're starting to incur a lot of expenses. On the second page, the unit 105, the computers went out of that truck. So it's not being used right now, but we're in the process of replacing that. That's gonna be between $1,000 and $2,000. So I think we're just gonna see more and more expense with these two trucks. The 521 was the truck that we just did, replaced with this bid we just did a few months ago. So we've been looking at other opportunities, and one of which was to do a remount. And so my manager was up, he worked out of a company up by Fort Wayne for a fire service up there, and knew of a company that did this remounting process. So he asked the guy to come down and give us a quote. So the guy, we met with him about a month or two ago. and he came down and gave us the quote that I sent to Sandy that you guys all received. As you can see, the bid we just did for a brand new was $318,000. This quote is for $200,000. That doesn't include the cost, so you get add another $50,000 to that. So the total price would be about $250,000. So I guess the first question is, are you guys okay with going that route instead of buying new?
My review says I would be okay with trying it.
Agreed.
What was the new price when you said
The one we just did was $318,000.
$318,000?
I know there's been of course, a price increase since then because that was one of the issues with the bidding, the time restraint. This last time that the bid wasn't correct, if we had bid it again, the price would have increased at that point, so.
And explain the remount to me. Are we buying, we're basically getting a new truck and putting what we had on from the old truck onto the new truck and upgrading what needs to be upgraded.
Right, what they do is they go through, basically, you're not having them build you're not having the cost of the metal in the box. So they're taking the box off the old truck, they're refurbishing anything that needs to be fixed. If there's any rust, if there's any corrosion, anything like that on the box, they'll fix that. And then they'll remount that box back on a new chassis, a new truck. So ultimately, you're saving the price expense for a box, the price of metal, the aluminum that it takes to build the box, and then the time it takes to build the box.
You're looking at a savings based on what we
About
just
60.
paid for a new one of $60,000-$70,000.
Correct.
To do it that way. Is there any likelihood or is there any statistics that say that because we use the old equipment, the old box, that we're going to incur some expenses down the road?
Not generally, because again, it's just the metal. They replace the wiring, they replace, anything inside it that needs to be replaced. The box itself is warranted on a new one for 10 years. So we're, I think trying it this time and see what happens.
Okay.
I don't know that we're gonna incur any expense from using that box, but
For my little bit of review, this is a big business, not just the one that he's talking about in Indiana, but there's some in Kentucky. I mean, they're all over the place, of companies that do this, and I think that it's, people have found value in the.
there are other services. So after our conversation, I reached back out to the guy last week, and they just did a bid process with Posey County. So, I mean, it's, other counties are doing this. I know Pike's done it before. They've remounted a few of them and seem to have decent luck with it. Again, it's all on, you get to do the service as long as you get somebody that goes through it and does a good job and looks and takes out stuff, replaces stuff that needs to be replaced, and doesn't, I think your expenses on the other end aren't that much.
So what's the argument for new? I mean, if you look at 250 versus 318 and you say, well, they're the same, I'm going with the 250. What's the argument for
Eventually that
new?
box would be real good.
Yeah. Eventually that box will be real old if you use it. I think maybe it's reasonable to do it every other time, go new every other time. But then maybe we look at remounting, in the 10. So you increase your longevity of your box. Obviously your truck is what, both these trucks have 330,000 miles on it. You're not going to be able to do that. But I think if you can, before we had looked at it, I think in the past, and the savings wasn't near as great as what it is now, from the standpoint of the metal expense and the labor to build it. So,
And I assume too, if you're not gonna retire this ambulance while you do this, you would have to, at the point they're gonna swap the box. So however long it takes, it's gonna be out of commission.
So, and that's the other kind of, once they get the chassis, their turnaround time is 4 months. So we would be without an ambulance for 4 months. With a new, you're looking at 14 to 16 months is what they said. So he told me that if we ordered it this month, he's expecting chassis in April, that they would be able to do it. So April, So you're looking at, if we did this, it would be August, September, October timeframe of next year.
So you're saying you could be in a new ambulance, on a new chassis
The turnaround time would be quicker.
quicker, but to Nick's point, you're gonna be without an ambulance.
Yes.
Whereas otherwise, if you went completely new, you wouldn't be without that ambulance
Right.
for that period of time.
But you would have to wait whatever the time frame would be longer.
But you've got the old ambulance that you're
Right.
still
So it
running.
doesn't have
Assuming it
repair
doesn't
issues.
break down, yeah.
Yeah, assuming that, yeah, you don't have the cost of expense, Ultimately, in the summary, I think we're 9,000 on the one, we're at almost 13,000 on the other, so that's our expense. So,
I don't have a problem with doing it, if you feel like the upside is beneficial, the fact that you're without and the downside, the fact that you're without an ambulance for a period of time.
right. So right now we have 7, we run 4 crews 24/7 and then 5 crews in the evenings. So we would still have 1 spare ambulance at that point if we had to give up one. Again, barring that nothing happens. 2 of our other trucks we've had issues with, one's gonna have to have an engine replacement in, but it's still under warranty, so that's the good news. So they're gonna replace the engine. It had 88,000 miles on it, I think. And then another one, fuel injector went out of it, so that was kind of a costly expense, but it's already been fixed. So again, it's a guessing game. What do you do?
The only thing I asked him was to make sure the bidding process, we can't just select a vendor, I would assume. That was my assumption, and I think he's made
And
that.
I talked to Greg about it.
We've had some discussions on, again, what the process would have to require, but also going through the special purchasing and see whether or not any of those would fit. It sounds like you've come up with some new information that we need to discuss and decide, what our process would be from here out, if that's how the board wants to go forward.
Yeah, I think that's the other piece is ultimately, I would like to get it done sooner rather than later, so we're not waiting on something else to break on the truck. So, but whatever you guys feel is we need to do, then that's what we're gonna have to do.
So you would have to get consent from us to move forward, and then the council to approve the appropriation?
Right.
I'm prepared.
When you purchase a new truck, there's a trade-in value. So the trade-in value would now be minus the box.
Correct, and
Is
they,
that
I think
big
in the
impact?
quote here, they listed the trade-in of the chassis. So, it was like $250, wasn't much. But yeah, they take the trade-in value, the trade-in value's in that $200,000. If that makes sense.
Okay.
And on the last one, then 319 was net of the trade-in as well. So that was our bottom line cost with the trade-in, I believe. Was that?
Yeah.
So I think we are kind of comparing them equally.
Right. Okay, yeah. I don't have a problem with it being an old box. As long as
A refurbished old box.
I mean, we're trying to do what we can to be fiscally responsible, at the same token, I don't wanna work out of old equipment either, so, let's try to do what we can to save money where we
if you
can.
do it right, you'll never know it's old.
Yeah, exactly.
I move that we support moving forward with the remount process to replace the ambulance unit number. Is it 0105?
0105.
Oh, 0105, okay.
I move that we move forward in that, getting that process started, including the bidding process and getting consent from the county council.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thanks for coming in. I'd like to use the restroom real quick, sorry to interrupt again.
You're right behind you.
So we can say what he said, just did the process.
So you're.
I mean, cold.
Figure out what that price is.
I noticed it's a little chilly there.
It's
cold, isn't
it?
Oh.
We go out and bid and just take it. We can just do the exact same thing. Okay. Do it that way.
Boys can sort of run around and do it, like geotechnical stuff, county roads, what's that all about? Why they doing the county road? That way they're gonna pay us for road usage. Bonding it, they're gonna pay us for shape roads, they're gonna us to get back in that shape. No, I was gonna ask you, could you cut a lot of money to do a study, rather than just bonding the road?
And then
Ultimately, I thought, if I really wanted to buy it,
But we just did it.
Right. To take care of the roads that they use to fix it. We have left over, we have left over.
So regardless, I think we.
Yeah, I think it's gonna-
They're
doing all that.
These are just the bid specs. If we're gonna be bidding. So then if we bid it, you're not gonna get it out of this commodity.
Standard.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
How's the weekend?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So just see if we need to take bid specs. And then we go around bidding it out as a revamp project.
We butchered yesterday.
And then we don't have to worry about how they did all theirs, we don't have to say we're doing special statutes and we're just doing it. Okay. Like we don't know. Okay, all right, sounds good.
Hey, Steve, respect to all Kenny back, and I just got off the phone with Jasper Boys Road. They must have a 5-inch rain out there.
Greg, I want to catch you real quick after the meeting. I had a resident call
The
up.
culvert's about filled up, he wants to clean a ditch.
Yeah, just have some questions about what happened with the DNR, big mess on the neighborhood park. Things like that. Told her that we had just passed an ordinance, but
Under the road?
said you might want to talk to her and take it.
We're gonna have money up front from them for that. That we're talking about the new project?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's worried if they
I
have to
think
take
less,
off.
I mean, more is.
Thanks.
He's all worried. What am I gonna do?
Said the ditch needs cleaned out and covered, so. I don't know exactly where it is now. We can't call it yet.
Yeah, they had a mess up there.
It must have been bad enough.
Over 5 inches.
Okay, let's get back to it here. We have a drainage issue update. We're gonna begin with the drainage issue. We had a petition from a local landowner, seeing if there was something we could do. But I believe that's probably the issue we're talking about here, Shear and Eckerly, I believe were involved up there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe what we've come up with at that point was.
Right, you had asked me to look into it. I guess one, obviously, as you guys know, you all sit on the drainage board, but the board of commissioners really wouldn't have any input on the drain. The drainage board itself, it's not a regulated drain, so therefore we're not in charge of the reconstruction, construction, or any sort of improvement work to be done to it. It's an issue between them as adjoining landowners, in my opinion. They can pursue civil actions as needed if that's something they wanted to do. There are a process in place where they could petition to have the drain become a regulated drain by the drainage board. That would go to that board, not the board of commissioners. And consideration could be given to it at that point if that's something they want. They can petition that, or you guys can take a proactive step to do that as well. But as it stands now, I don't believe that there's anything, one, the drainage board can do with it, and two, I don't believe there's anything the board of commissioners can do with dictating how someone is able to utilize their land or what they do with their land.
And did I read correctly that if either they started the process or we started the process to create a legal drain, we have to have 100% of the property owners affected agree to do that?
You can do a unanimous one. There was one for that, or there was just one affected landowner. as well, but there's different steps that would require notice. Look at it kind of like you would for when we go to vacate a street. If everybody comes in that's affected by that, then I don't have to send notice out to everybody, and the hearing is a shorter process because we're all on the same page.
Okay.
But there is one that if I, as an individual landowner, am affected by something, I can make a request for that, but then I've got to give notice to all affected landowners because ultimately it's going to affect their bottom line on how we're going to assess them. And so it does not have to be 100% on board. It's easier if it is.
And all affected landowners would be anyone in the watershed. Anyone owning property in the watershed.
I'd probably defer to Kenny, but that sounds right.
It looks like ditches that are regulated, that's what they did. You know, I'm not saying the whole watershed doesn't look like it, but especially this one that we're talking about in Alden Creek, there's some people that pay more on the ditch, you know, they have some drainage into it, so.
Well, and that's what I mean by the watershed. You have drainage into, anybody that has drainage into that ditch is part of the watershed. Whether they have property that waters the ditch or not.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
If their land is impacted by it because of the watershed, I think that they would be a part of it. It's just what is their percentage of their pro rata share of that cost or expense.
Right.
Yeah. In the books, they call it benefited acres from the ditch, you know, benefited.
It's not just I have X number of linear feet along the.
Right.
It's not defined by a floodplain.
No, not necessarily floodplain, it just, if you got drainage going into that ditch, I don't know exactly how they determined all that back then, but they
Well,
call it benefited acres.
there are topographical maps that can pretty well show you that, I think.
Now there is, but,
Yeah.
you know, you go back to 1901 or 1890s, it's like.
You walk the land and say,
Yeah.
this water is running this way and this water is running this way. Okay.
When you construct a legal drain too, you gotta go in and design it and construct, did you read that? How you- Wow.
It's really, there's nothing you can do.
So,
Particularly in the first one we talked about, that where the person came in with the petition, we have no grounds to do anything on that one.
Correct.
I don't think. And then on the,
so just to kind of follow up on that a little bit, to kind of explain to them, either party here, the only option that we would get involved in it would be to create a legal drain. And we can't do it the easy way, because not everybody's going to sign up for it. So then it becomes somebody's going to have to request that we form a legal drain there, and then we're going to have to.
We still have to make the determination. Again, I'd have to double check if it's just simply them asking for it, or we have to determine if it's in the best interest of, the board, the county.
So in other words, we may have the option to say, no, we don't want to do that. For whatever reason.
I think so, but again, I don't remember the actual hearing portion of it. I just remember looking at who could petition to go forward with it.
But there are legal actions that those people can take outside of our participation.
Yes.
If somebody's property is affecting your property, there are some legal things you can do.
Right. They could enlist the services of their own attorney and pursue something. I'd answered a question for somebody recently stating that the county didn't have any input on it. I said, you could talk to your own attorney. And they said, oh, I have one. I was kind of like, well, you should have started there. But all right.
Okay.
so on to, and I did talk to the petitioner from that one. He called me last week and I told him basically what we just discussed here. And he said, okay, thank you, and we'll look at what our next action will be. I guess he didn't have he's gonna discuss it with his people.
Okay.
so he understood where we were. So I don't know that we have to do any follow-up with them. I did have that conversation. I remember it was Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him too, this past week.
Was it similar? You told
Yeah.
me, but-
Well, yeah, it's like I said, we have a meeting this morning, and I said, I'm sure, if there's anything new comes out of that, I'll let him know. I may call him back and let him know, what came out of it.
So on the second issue, I don't know how detailed we want to get on that one, with the billing that went out for creek clearing. A couple of people that, I guess ultimately I'll just go to the short of it. The county didn't order any work to be done. The county was not involved with it. The county was given an assessment of a certain amount of, I think it's $285 per foot. We multiplied that by the number of feet that we have historically been assessed. Yeah, and we've agreed to pay that portion of it and have done so. Some of the other, so anyone else that's assessed or anything else that happens with that, I guess, is outside of our, anything that we're involved in. Does that sound accurate to the board?
It does to me.
Yeah, and I've talked to quite a few people over the weekends, past owners of the Kruger property, and, which is the Schnauz, Virgil Schnauz's son. And Kruger was aware of the allotment on that property. And he even went so far as to say, I think it was in '93 is when they quit bringing it to the drainage board. They just kind of set up their own neighborhood association. They've had to pick the tab up before for a few people that didn't pay, which may be the case now, right? So if Kruger doesn't pay or the other guy at the end of the drain doesn't pay, they've had to do that in the past.
Yep.
And just because they didn't want to, Virgil was a commissioner, Gene Hof was involved in '09, I found some documentation on that. And they just bypassed the drainage board. And in 2022, it was working,
So at this, so I think what you and I, when we talked, we said when it comes time to do this again in a year or in 20 years, the best bet is to get unanimous written consent from everyone affected.
Yeah.
So everyone knows what they're going into it, or get with the drainage board
Yeah.
a year beforehand, and we will have an assessment.
And the scenario behind it is gonna be about the same, because they would have meetings, bringing affected people, in my case, in '93, to Virgil's garage. This year, they call me. Okay, they're calling people, letting them know, they're taking minutes. So the difference would be, next time it's cleaned in 10 or 15 years, is that's gonna be about the same, other than a drainage board is gonna run it. Now, maybe even get the bids to clean it, I don't know.
If it goes to the drainage board, depending on the cost that's associated with it, there's a bidding process and procurement, just like there would for any other project. I think there's a $75,000 threshold that if it's below that, then we can do certain other things instead. I don't know that this neighborhood group went that route, but again, that's the neighborhood's call, it's not a public understanding.
And if it came to the drainage board and the drainage board ran the show, if you would, chances are, again, I go back to the watershed, the entire watershed of that ditch is responsible for the maintenance of that ditch. That could involve a whole bigger group of residents than what they're working with.
I think as it stands now, the folks affected by that and responsible for that, it's predetermined.
It's predetermined.
Versus what we were talking about, creating a new one, we don't know who those individuals are. We have to go out and do a survey, so to speak, and say, here are the people that are impacted by that. But these drains that are already regulated drains by us, we have those landowners and their.
Are those landowners or acres?
The affected acres.
The affected acres. So that's already been determined. We wouldn't have to expand beyond that.
No.
However, some of those affected acres have been subdivided.
Yes.
And so there might be multiple people involved.
Well, the only question, and maybe it's Blake's question, is, okay, the use of his land has changed from farmland to hunting ducks. He floods it. He's got a levee around it. But that shouldn't matter, I don't think, because it's been set up since 1901 that he pays this much, even though he changed the use of that land.
So there are statutes that talk about portions, and again, I don't know if those affected acres fall into these categories. Because I think his dealt more with a federal situation versus the Department of Natural Resources. But, if it was in a flood control project, okay, then, the drainage board's jurisdiction over that would, let me make sure I'm saying the right one here. The drain ceases to be subject to the drainage board's jurisdiction if a regulated drain is included in a flood control project approved by DNR. I didn't find anything similar that would involve, I think his entity he had cited to was I'd have to pull it up, but it was a federal entity. It wasn't a state DNR or IDEM or anyone. But there are also, if this group would have created their own district, then the drainage board would have lost jurisdiction over it as well, but I don't know that occurred. Again, nothing against what occurred in 93 if it was in a garage versus in the circuit court. Leads me to believe that they didn't go that route. They just said, this is how we're gonna handle it. Mm-hmm. There are times that a regulated drain does go away. We don't have we have no say-so on it anymore, depending on if a new project came in or not and took it away. Or if it just stopped to exist altogether like we did last year.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just like Craig said, every drain, it has people that paid to build that drain that were benefited from that drain, and you can trace that history all the way to present. So that's who pays on that drain.
Okay.
And Blake bought this land and he was told that he had to pay on it, and he purchased some more to keep people from hunting his ducks. And that person paid on it. So he got hit twice with this last clean, and it's probably a big number. So, but maybe he thinks since he's hunting ducks, he's changed the land use and that ditch does not benefit him at all. I don't know the answer to that, other than those two pieces of land paid to clean that ditch. Now, whether that's right, I don't know. So, but we can't do anything about it, like that money, since it didn't go to the drainage board.
It handles with the drainage board, therefore it's a private affair, private.
Yeah. 10 years from now, when we clean it, we're gonna hit Blake for that same allotment.
You know,
see what I mean?
If the land usage has changed, does that change anything as far as the watershed itself?
No. No, other than he's trapping water in there certain times of the year to hunt those ducks. That last piece he bought, I don't think has a levy around it. He won't get a levy on that. He'll keep people off of it.
I suppose, I would guess that there would be a process by which you can change who is responsible for that ditch. But it would probably be almost like creating a new drain.
Right, you could go, I would have, and again, this is a presumption, which isn't sound legal advice ever, but, if you wanted to come in, the same as we got rid of a regulated drain, coming back in and assessing, well, here's the portions of this regular, maybe it's longer now, or maybe it's shorter, and we need to readdress and, basically revisit the affected acres that should be apportioned the cost of it.
And the way those acres are, the rate at which those acres are assessed, and maybe land use is a factor in that, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
But we didn't have anything to do with it.
No.
We did not.
Any other comments on this issue? Mr. Mayor?
No, sir.
Mr. Roseman, no? Anybody here? All right, we'll move on then. Thanks for coming in. That's the last item that is formal, but I guess it's our appointment issues we can talk about. I think before, I guess we'll do those first, then we'll have a couple other items.
You already did Terarashi, that's the form you can sign. And these are blanks, because I'm
Got it.
waiting for them.
Okay. Let's look at a couple of other ones here. So the first one was the Community Corrections Advisory Board. One of the members, the education member, we approved that one at the previous meeting. The next one, the board wanted to hold off for 2 weeks to see if there was, I think the two of you wanted to see if there was other interest or if there was someone else that could, would fill the remaining unexpired term of Michelle Shinsky. Do either of you have a person to put forth for that appointment?
For community corrections?
Yes.
I do not.
I don't either.
So the last one I put forth Jonathan Burton for the position. And I will move that we appoint that person to this position.
Second.
First and second, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
And that's the bill delay person.
Yes. The next one is for Jasper Planning Commission. I believe the two of you guys folks, I think some were given to us as potential board members, or we have some discussion to have on that.
That one name to put forward, it's Glenn Pierce. Glenn lives in the Arrowhead subdivision in Ireland.
And was that a political appointment? We had to have a political?
It is, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and it had to be a Republican that we needed to do?
He is a Republican.
Okay.
And did you clear that with the clerk's office?
I did not clear with the clerk's office, I asked him. So, I guess.
Is that sufficient?
It can be, because again, a lot of times what I've ran into when I'm checking on these is if you don't vote in a primary, then you're left with just simply asking them. Some folks, their last primary they voted in was, 2 decades ago, because there weren't contested primaries.
Right.
I'm happy to give a call quick over and see if, or any other names that come up too, and see if they have anything that would be contrary to that. That's how the city handles it as well.
Okay. And was there another?
Well, I had Phil Schwery, and he didn't call me. I called him about something else, and the conversation came up. So,
okay.
And I didn't check with the clerk's office, but I do have some. From my records, I think he is Republican. Pierce didn't have a designation. I have shown on the record that I have.
Okay, so we have 2 potential appointments. Was there anyone else? I don't have anyone to put forward. Sorry, I'm filling in this last one.
Mm-hmm.
Do either of you want to try to sell your particular person, or?
Well, I reached out to Glenn this morning to ask for a short little blurb on his qualifications, and I haven't heard back from him. I know he's busy, but I did send out his phone number so that if you guys wanted to contact him, you could. The only question I asked was how he felt about the Mid-State Corridor, because I think it's kind of a foregone conclusion, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest things they might have to deal with with Jasper Planning and Zoning in the future.
Well, Phil, somebody who's involved in the construction industry, mainly plumbing side of it, but he's also lives in the south and east part of the county, or the zoning district. The other person that we have presently lives in the north and west, so I thought there was some balance there. So that would be the consideration
The
there.
other person that we have lives where?
North and west of the city.
Okay, and I was honestly, because Angel was from the Ireland area, seeking somebody from the Ireland area, probably the most populated portion of the donut surrounding the city. Not saying that Ireland's gonna get annexed by any means, but if they did, that would be a pretty big deal.
What is Glenn's position? What does he do for a living? Or?
The last time I talked to him, he's a salesperson and worked with Crane. But I don't remember the name of the company, so I don't want to.
Yeah, and I don't have a big.
I mean, are either of these guys just like really excited? I want some, anytime we appoint somebody, I want somebody that will participate, will want to be involved.
I actually reached out to Glenn's wife, Heather. Heather was at Master Branch for years, and I knew her through the restaurant, and I thought she would be good, and she replied to me that Glenn would be very interested in the position, so I went with Glenn.
And like I said, he actually called him for a different reason and then approached the subject. And yeah, I'd be interested in that. I need to get involved in things. That was kind of the response that I got. It wasn't, like I said, he didn't reach out to me and say, I hear this is open and I'd like to have that.
I guess where I would be is I have an existing relationship with Phil. It seems like somebody that would put in the time. I've known him for a while, and I guess that's probably the direction I would go, because I don't know him for years. And this would be basically a one-year appointment, it's good till the end of next year. If we don't like how either of them go, then I guess we could reappoint or put someone else in that position at that time. So that's where I guess I would stand. So someone want to make a motion?
I'll move that we appoint Phil Schering to the Jasper Planning Commission.
Okay. I'll second. Is there any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 2-1. I guess I will look up his information here and fill out this form.
And I do not have a problem with Phil. I think he'll do an excellent job.
I don't know Glenn.
I'm gonna vote for my guy. That's pretty much it.
And does Phil, he still lives out by you, is that correct?
He does, yes. You want an address?
Yep, that's what I'm looking up here.
Okay.
Maybe
I don't know where I am.
2480 South Timberland?
That's correct. Out South Timberland Drive. There's a Timberland Lane too. And they intersect.
That's not confusing at all.
Yes, it is. Who names these roads?
Huh?
The developer, right?
I don't know.
Yes, the developer.
So, Mr. Brahms, you'll reach out to Phil and let him know?
I will do that, and he will get something from the office, Sandy, is that?
Yeah, well, this appointment sheet.
He'll get a copy of that? Okay. And then
They meet tomorrow night,
tomorrow night,
7:00.
Tell him to get to work. His appointment is valid as of now.
right.
I messed that thing up twice there. Okay, next up, we have school board appointment, is that,
You don't have to do that till the end of the year,
Get to
but I gave you that
I'm sorry.
you gave some information on it.
recommendation that they sent us.
So, gentlemen, we have a school board appointment that will make in December, like we do every 4 years, and that position is paid $2,000 per year. The meetings are held on the third Tuesday of the month. And did you say they sent us a
Jessica Forever,
a
a recommendation.
recommendation sent to us so we can look at that? Or if there's somebody else that you know is interested?
I think with recommendations, is there supposed to be somewhat of an oversight board and send a recommendation. I'm gonna tell you, you know, to be my oversight, I'm gonna tell you somebody's gonna say yes to everything I wanna do. You know,
No, I agree, I see where you're coming from.
And I did reach out to the retiring member and asked whether he had any suggestions and whether or not there was an underserved or an underrepresented part of the county, or not part of the county, part of the school district. And his response was, I do intend to get back with you on that, but I wanted to get my resignation out there before I start recommending others. So
Gotcha.
he hasn't, he hasn't given me anything yet.
Okay. Next up, we have a couple letters of recommendation or letters of support. I believe Commissioner Browns has one, I have one. Mine was for TRICAP's ROI Ready Communities 2.0 grant. I believe you both received a copy of that. So I would move that we sign the letter of support for TRICAP as presented.
I'll second.
And I didn't print mine.
If you want to email it to Mark, he can probably do one, sign one together. That's not what it is it?
This is for the Parks Ready.
Okay.
They sent you guys individual ones,
Yes.
and I printed it for the council, and they signed theirs all as a council, so I did one for you guys. I didn't know if you wanted to do it or if you all did it individually.
So I think that's the one Mr. Browns did on his own. For the park, is that the one you did, correct? That's this one?
Park improvements, I didn't,
Yeah.
I just did it for the commissioners, I mean the council, so I didn't know if you want me to do the same way.
Did I call for a vote on this? Yeah. Did we do it?
For sure. I don't think you voted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Glad somebody's paying attention, right?
I wasn't sure if we went through the whole process.
That's what he's here for.
So,
Good to know. School board was one of these two boys, right?
yes,
They have to live in one of the 4 townships up there.
so did you send one over to Marky or?
I'm in the process right now.
Okay, otherwise we do have one here, so I think I'd rather use his, because it's probably more.
You have one.
I
that
just took the one that she sent out and put it on letterhead with your names on.
No, that's not.
That's what I
Oh,
wrote to the
okay.
council.
Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can get this over there.
The auditor's office may help you.
I'll tell him that's coming.
Okay. Oh, I can find it.
Plans for a project we about to do. Okay, he is here. Okay, let me put you on hold, it's for what? Oh, Bridge 14?
Right.
Hold on, I can get you one of the guys here, hold on. Just questions on your bridge project.
Hello, this is Brent. Yeah. Yes, you can. It is a $75 fee, whether you want digital or printed.
So I could either, you guys can send a check out to the highway department, make it out to the DuBois County Treasurer, and then I can email you the plans, or you guys can kind of run up and I can give you a printer. Doesn't matter either way to me, except you guys are prefer to get up. Correct, yep. Yes. Okay. What you can, I mean, you can, right now is a good time, but, you can put it on the check or put it on, in the envelope with the check. And then I can send that way, that'd be fine. All right.
Can we make a motion for that as well?
Not yet.
Okay. Yes, that's.
Let's adjourn.
I know.
Got to done that, color letterhead.
So these are basically the same kind of letters of support, just different organizations.
Right. Okay, so second letter of support is for?
DuBois County Park Department for a ready grant from the ROI. Make the motion that we submit this letter of support for the DuBois County Park Department in support of their grant application to ROI.
Okay, I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Sandy, would you mind?
Okay, and the last time I scanned this and gave this back to Christine and she was submitting them all for the council, that's what I did for hers.
Yes, that's what she wants.
But I didn't know what you wanted me to do with the one for TriCap. Do I give it back to TriCap or do I,
You mean the hard copy, the original, or?
TriCap.
who do I give it to? See, Christine didn't want the hard copy. She just wanted me to scan it and give her so she could compile it.
You scan it and
If
send it
you'll
to
do
me,
that,
I'll send it over.
if you'll do that, I'll appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, TriCap, I don't know.
Yeah, you can send it to me and I'll get it to the TriCap.
Yeah, because they're all going to the same people. It's just which one's which, you know what I mean? I got it.
Thank you. Next up, next miscellaneous thing is this, something I participated in a couple weeks ago on the 16th. Take one thing, pass it over. There was a discussion on animal control within the DuBois County. I don't know much more than what you can read in my notes. You can read the slideshow that was put together here. There was Donna Hurd is a deputy, and she has been doing some work on this, so she was behind this. A lady from the Board of Animal Health was down, and the long story short, there's just some opening discussion between the counties and the city, the county and the city, about what we're going to do in the future for animal control issues within the county. They suggested that there would be a unified county plan. The county would be the program holder, that the cities, towns, et cetera, would chip in. Because one of the issues with this is jurisdiction. There's a animal control issue within city limits. Who's going to be responsible for that? So I guess there'd have to be a mutual agreement that if we made an animal control officer for DuBois County, that they would have an agreement with the city to come in and take care of city issues, city law issues. And maybe there would be concurrent ordinances. The county would have one, the city would have one that would be the same. It would say who's responsible for what. So it was interesting. I just want to share that with you. The Humane Society was there, representatives from city and county and sheriff's department. We're all there.
So is the proposal to create a position?
No proposal at this time.
Okay. But is that kind of where they're headed?
What it sounded like. A few of the people that were leading the meeting said we should have a full-time person doing this so that we have one point of contact. Because now It could be a number of deputies, it could be any city people, it could be,
Street department.
and nobody's real well versed in any of it. So if you had one person that was the point of contact, they could oversee all of that. So, I don't wanna make any assumptions, that's like guessing on legal advice, not a good idea, so I'm just gonna let it go with that, and we'll see what the next step is. But it was kind of an introductory meeting, so everybody had an idea of
Who was this with?
the sheriff's department, board of animal health, city of Casper. Those were in the Humane Society, those people were all involved.
So currently, if there's an animal control issue, like you said, whoever might be involved, anywhere from the street department to a deputy or something like that. And then if there's a procedure that needs to be done, whether it's euthanasia or neutering or whatever it is, they have a local veterinarian that participates, I think. And is that then, are we paying the bill on that, or?
We have a budget that pays for some of that.
Okay.
One issue that we had recently was there was a crime committed, crime against the animal, which the prosecutor's office, basically, we had to hold the evidence. I think is one way of putting it. So we held the evidence, the animal, for a longer period of time, and for every day that animal was housed and fed and maintained, the bill grows. And so then you bring in whoever that person was that neglected or whatever did the illegal thing, and then you have to try to recover those funds from that person. So there's just a discussion of, does the county foot the bill for that? Will there be a veterinarian who's gonna want to wait months potentially for their payment, or possibly never get their payment? We've had a good relationship with our current provider, but if that person retires soon, within the next year, we're gonna be without a provider for those services. So those are just some concerns people have. And the city highway, or the city street department, they would much rather somebody else handled it than them. Because their job is doing streets, not animal control. So there's just a lot of issues. Next up, we have let's start with the relining of the Cusco Road South. We had a single bid come in at $138,000 from ABC Spiral Solutions. Is that bid, is it appropriate?
Yep. I'd be recommended for approval.
I don't remember your estimate on that. Did it come?
130, you gave the same bid.
Okay.
I have budgeted 200,000 because part of the project is we have to supply the ground that goes in there with it.
Okay.
So just a signature up top for acceptance.
Contracting authority members? This part?
Yep.
And you have funds ready for this, or you have to
Correct.
ask?
Yep. Council gave us the funds, reappropriate funds for us already. So.
Okay. I'll move that we approve the bid in the amount of $138,000.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Did those funds come out of Cume Bridge?
Yes, sir. Next, after that, we had a surplus sale, 2 items. The first one being vibratory roller. I believe we have a bid that would be acceptable to the county of $4,100 from entity.
Line Excavating?
And is that bid, is it in order?
Yes. Yeah, I recommend approval of that.
And what was the name of the company again? I had the individual's name.
Moonlight Excavating.
How much?
$4,100.
Being the highest and best bid, I move that we approve the sell for $4,100 to Moonlight Excavating.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. The next item was the F-350 truck. I believe we have a bid that would be acceptable to the county from Love Excavating at $5,500. Do you recommend that for approval?
Yes.
camp. Love excavating, 5,500.
And Sandy, I'd like to pick that title up before.
Well, I'm gonna need all those numbers, so I didn't get a lot of them.
I'll move that we approve.
I'll say.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Were there any other highway issues that, I forgot? Or any other bids or anything? Okay. Auditor, you have some items?
I do. The Veteran Service Officer is requesting another phone line. I have no idea what it's gonna cost if I haven't, she just asked last week. And before I proceed with that, I wanna know if you guys would even approve
For what purpose was that?
for a second person that she wants in there.
So
She said currently she has a vet that's would like to volunteer and she needs a phone line.
okay.
I don't know if I have phone numbers, I don't know what's available, I'd have to get a hold on all that.
The second employee is first of the year, isn't it?
Yes.
Right,
They have a volunteer that can come in and do
Right.
some help.
Right.
and can we have a volunteer do that, or what does it take to have a volunteer?
Not volunteer, but there are certain limitations. I mean, we went through that with the health department in 2020. We only insure them for certain things. So they just have to be made aware of that. When we had volunteers, and you can have them reach out to me if you like, but when
I didn't know if Marky would know.
he could have that also. When we had the volunteers, we'd have them sign something.
I don't know who it is, I don't.
That was a little more of a risky scenario with, because of COVID going on, then I would assume this individual may be facing.
I don't-
Just be office work.
Correct.
I don't know what they're gonna see do, or I don't have a clue.
I favor
She just sent me
moving
an
forward
email.
with getting a quote on it. I don't see a problem with that myself.
Well, likely we feel more of a need to after the first of the year anyway. And if it can be beneficial before that time, I don't have a problem with doing it.
Could pay for it from those funds.
Support fund,
Mhm.
I don't have that until the new year, but
Commissioner Oster, your thoughts on it?
I'm okay with moving forward with it.
Okay.
Another issue that we are starting to see is I think we're gonna have to get the server and the switches and the core switches and the computer stuff on a generator over in the courthouse. When the electricity went off about a month ago and we were down most of the day, we had no generator and this building was live, but I could not get the feed over there to get us going. Last week we had a brief, most people don't even know it, but it tripped again last week and I had to go down and reset it. Luckily, it was within minutes, but had we been on a generator, it would have stayed on. So
Are you talking like a UPS or like a real?
there
gas
are UPS
generator?
batteries already there, but they only last so long. And by the time somebody told me, hey, something's beeping back here, by the time I got down there, it had shut down where the generator would have kept it running.
You saw that one from the health department?
The big guy.
I'm just saying, we need to think about either getting something on this building that'll feed over there to keep it going, and I'm not talking the whole building, I'm talking just the wire closet, where the core switches and everything on that keeps things going.
Just to keep the computer going, with the servers.
So the generator kicked on here,
It didn't kick on here. This building never lost
never
power,
lost power.
but the core switches over there that feed into everybody's desks
So if we.
and feed out to
If
the.
we tap into this generator and simply feed a line over there, this one is key to this building, and this, once again, you wouldn't have had it anyway, because it wouldn't have kicked on.
Well, that's probably true. We need something over there that's gonna
But
give
that's
us some
generally
power.
the point of UPS.
Well, the UPS did its job. It kept it going for however many minutes, and I don't even know what it is. But then I didn't hear it beeping, and somebody had to tell me, hey, something's down here beeping.
Well, even at that, what are you gonna do? It's beeping. It's not like you can
Well-
charge it.
But we weren't without power, it's just the surge that fed it went out. So we're looking into that as well. But I know a month ago, or whatever that was, when the big massive outage was, we could have kept running had we had a generator.
You could have
They
kept
could
the
have kept
computer system running, but if nobody else could use it.
In our building, no, but in this building, they could have kept running.
We could have kept running.
They could have kept running. So we just need to really think about some kind of generator over there. I don't know what it's gonna take, I don't know anything about generators, I just know that,
Do you lose any critical data or information when it does go down?
no.
If it's off?
And no, back in, at that moment, our system went down, and I go, oh, don't worry, it's all being over here, because when that shuts down, this one over here should take over. But it needs that core switch that sends it out to everybody.
Have you discussed that solution with Matrix, or are you thinking it's going to be an electrical company's solution?
I think it's both. I've kind of talked to them, but they said you need the power. So I haven't talked to anybody else, because like I said, I don't know anything about generator.
Again, I guess I'd put this in the same as that phone issue, look into it.
Either that, or we're gonna have to put the core switch over here with this generator that's up there. But after the general meeting, is something happening with this generator?
Shouldn't be.
Okay, that's
The power outage that you experienced was rare.
right,
And,
right,
and granted, it was down for hours.
right.
But that, most of the time you're talking about power outages that are 10 minutes long or
Right.
something like
And
that.
that's where the UPS should come in and keep you running for a brief amount of time, maybe an
Which-
hour.
Most blips, people don't even know it,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that's just something we really probably need to think about, especially with the new core switch coming in, in December. It's been back ordered, I don't know how many times.
And even if it didn't, if you were down for 10 minutes, but it didn't create any other problems. In 10 minutes, you're back to where you were.
It seems like a first solution would be, when there's a break, you get an email, or you get a notice, or you get a text or something.
I am not always on my email. Like right now, I haven't been on it all morning.
But it means, an alert should have to go out to some people.
The beeping, but I went downstairs and they said, hey, something's beeping. I'm like,
No, I mean, I'm fine with you looking into it, fun and whatever, some solution. Is anybody opposed to
No.
looking into it?
No.
We'll feel differently if it's a $200,000 solution than if it's a $1,000 solution.
It would be nice to be able to utilize this generator, but how we do that is
I don't.
and I don't know enough about electric to do that, but.
Or you
That's
said
what
something
we're
a minute
gonna do.
ago about your computer system operating.
I could move the core switch from over there to put it over here.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's gonna take, because they are gonna replace that. I mean, we ordered it in May and it's still on back order. That's another option.
Get their recommendation.
That would be a good idea, get the core switch over here with the generator and make sure that generator can power that, and then you've got it.
Right.
Especially if we're having a brand new one come in anyway, if it makes.
That would be a great solution there, if it would work. I don't know about it. Get an electrician and Matrix in the same room together, they can.
That takes somebody to do things with it on it. Okay, department head meeting, we usually have one in October, it's another quarter.
Let's set it.
I know one of
Is
the
it my
things
turn?
that,
Not mine,
You did the last one.
that's all I know.
I think it might be my turn.
And what was, you said there was gonna be an issue to bring up?
one of the issues the council brought up was discussing the hiring processes of departments and urging people to use HR in their hiring process.
I think it would be not urging, it would be requiring.
Right, because people aren't doing it and they really feel like it should be.
We've had a couple of issues of maybe something being said, or a promise being made, or an offer being made. Would be nice to have another set of eyes on.
Well, and department heads really don't know the benefits like Marky does.
Well, Marky's not there to make the hire, they still get to pick who they hire.
Right. He's not there to do
But I think
that.
that was before Marky was hired, that was the big worry by a lot of department heads, that
And I can attest, I've used Marky to hire people. He doesn't tell me who or what, he just runs the
right,
interview and I get to pick.
make sure it's done properly.
Right.
But if you want his opinion, he'll give you an opinion too if you ask him, right? I've been in interviews where we could either say, please keep quiet, sit over there, or you can say, please be a part of the process.
I've sat through two of them.
I have it on my calendar, already have it on my calendar for the 19th.
That's kind of what I was thinking, so,
Okay, so I'm good with that.
okay. I did contact KnowBe4 with the state. We're kind of in the process of switching, but I'm waiting on them, so I don't know where we're at.
You said you did?
I contacted the state, I sent in a paper with our 100 whatever license is, and I'm waiting on them, so. I'm not putting out any more trainings. It is still doing the spoofing and phishing tests, so if people click, they shouldn't. That's still going on until the end of our contract. And KnowBe4 knows that we're gonna be switching, so that's where I'm at on that. Lastly, my office has a printer that's starting to fail. It needs a new fuser that's over $400. When I can get a new printer for $1,000 or $1,200, or I've got different quotes. I'm gonna be.
So is this the one that sits on Brooks' desk as a scanner too? Is it that kind of printer?
It's not a scanner,
or-
it's just a printer.
And do we need multiple printers in a room?
We do. There's times when all three of ours are going. And this one's a highly used one with the payroll, so I mean, it just really needs to be replaced.
I think it helps with productivity. I know in my office, I've got to get out and take a hike every time I need to do something. In some offices, that's fine, but in your office, I think having them is.
And this is the printer that Stacy prefers to use to print checks on. So
Do you have this in your,
I don't have it in my budget, so I'm gonna be going to council to ask for more money.
because if you had it a budget already, you would be asking.
I don't have enough.
For office supplies or whatever.
Right. Well, for capital outlay.
Yeah.
So,
I'm fine with replacing the equipment. Do we need to do anything further than that?
I don't.
You'll have our, I think you have our unanimous consent.
I'm just
report,
telling you that I'm
council.
gonna be probably doing it and.
Okay.
Okay, that's all.
What did you talk to them about?
Attorney,
No, all the time.
I think I have one more thing to bring up, and that's it at this point. Soft cost purchases. The last 3 weeks have probably been some of the most trying. From me, I just had so many things that I was involved in, and that was one of them. I've spent time with 911, EMA, Community Corrections, Sheriff's Department, going room by room, piece of equipment by piece of equipment, by chair, by desk. So we're making some headway there. That's just something that we've been going through and trying to make sure that we get the appropriate purchases made, I guess is the best way to put it. For example, one room they had drawn up putting 30 plus chairs in the room, and we don't really have a need for 30 plus chairs. Just because we have a room doesn't mean we have to fill it with stuff. We don't have a purpose for it just yet. So between myself and that department head and Mike Kleesner was along, we found the appropriate amount of furniture that we needed. And if it was something that would almost never be, we rarely use, then we buy one for this office, and it can be, it's on wheels, it can be wheeled into this office, for certain things. But it was all, I had nerves going into it, thinking that there was going to be contention between what I thought was appropriate with the office holder or department head thought, and there was really none of that. Everybody was great to work with, and we came up with mutually acceptable soft cost furnishings and things like that. So it was great. A lot of time and effort, but it was. I told each of them as I went through that I was really pleased with how it went. I think they're happy with at least what we're getting now. So the point of the process that we're in was this business environment's gave some drawings, and they said, here's how we would fill the room with furniture.
Business environment.
Is the salesperson for the Campbell Furniture,
Okay.
for those things. And so they gave us a starting point with, after they discussed it with the department head, and then we took that, myself and Mike and the county employees, and went through, found something a little, we kind of firmed it up a little bit, and now business, or business, what do they call it? It's BE.
Business environments.
Environments, thank you. They are going to kind of give us some rough pricing on those. If it comes back here and we need to be here, then I guess we're gonna have to cut or modify.
Yeah.
But right now, we're trying to give everybody appropriate working conditions, and just trying to do it right.
Good.
So that's,
Chan, I do have one more thing. We've got a time clock that crapped out on us here about a week or so ago. We had to get a new one, so I've got one that I want you. Just
no value. Sandy, do we need to have that on any?
Is it on our inventory?
It is on your inventory list?
And you probably need to declare it surplus.
Okay. Anybody have an issue with declaring the item surplus and then you just take it off of your inventory? I move that we approve declaring the time card machine from the highway department surplus.
Second.
All in favor of disposal? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed to that?
If I just said third, would that take care of the vote? I keep wanting to do that.
I have seconded not voted for something before.
Yes, you have.
That's fine. I think the way it's supposed, when I've read it, I think the way you're supposed to do is put the motion out first, get a second to discuss it, and then you vote, so everybody can vote against it possibly at the end.
It's just the three of us, so once you got a second, you assume the second's gonna vote yes. That's all
But not
you
always.
have to do.
Well, I'm always down here, and you always do the second. You always generally make the motions, you do the seconding, I just want to say third.
A lot of times boards, the chairman does not put out the motion.
I know, I'm okay with that too.
I think it helps keep the flow. I don't have anything else. Commissioner Brahms?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, couple of things. I had a call from Janelle Hostelhar at 4-H. They're trying to do a lot of maintenance issues out there at the park. And as she described them to me, I think they're all maintenance. They're, fixing roofs, they're fixing concrete slabs that are sliding away, and there are posts that are rotting away and things like that, and some electrical issues and so forth. Her question to me was, we're doing all of this, we're getting a lot of it volunteer work, although we've got licensed electricians, for example, that'll sign off on it, if you will, and all that. Is there anything that we need that they need from us as far as permission is concerned, as far as liability? And I said, I don't think there is. I don't, it's maintenance, it's general maintenance. I don't know what, why we would get involved in that.
They should have their own insurance to protect their own interests.
I was gonna say, we don't have liability insurance or anything like that on those buildings or anything, do we?
We are the landlord on.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
Wouldn't that be in the
She hinted at
the agreement with the 4-H council?
It would be, that lease, if I recall, they were responsible for any buildings or improvements that they would have found there, they had to do it. I think at the end of the day, we would still own it because it's a structure, it's a permanent structure. Now some of those things may not be permanent. I don't know if we insure them or not.
But even at that, they're not adding anything new, they're just maintaining.
Correct. They're in charge of the maintenance and all that, yes.
So, okay, I'll tell her that, as far as we're concerned, we're okay with anything, that any improvements that they make, as far as, in the line of maintenance and that sort of thing, and it doesn't conflict with any insurance or anything that we would have on it. Okay.
Anything else?
Rick still.
No, I'm just thinking about the insurance.
That code of insurance book,
It's
the
Code
bottom
of
book,
ordinances, yeah. These are all the replacements they just.
that's the
shipped to
new
you.
stuff, and I brought my book because I thought you'd fix it.
I'll take care of it. And I'll get
And then
that
there's 2 books up there as well, I don't know how many or what all you have.
The only other thing, Chad, what you brought up earlier, I think it'd be a good idea if we did go ahead and register at least for a room for the new commissioner. Through the county.
I see a lot of benefit in being in the same hotel as the other
Yeah.
commissioners.
And the room will fill up, the
hotel.
The hotel, yeah. The conference registration, you can do that at the last minute, but there is a discount by doing it early. By doing it before the 12th, I believe, no.
I think it opens on the 12th. If I read it correctly. Let me see your card, I got that one laying there.
I've got it up on mine.
Registration opens on the 6th. Hotel reservations open on the 6th, so.
Today?
Yeah. Sandy, I know in the past we've all done that ourselves, but could we register as a group?
I will be gone next week,
Okay. I'll just call and make a
so I will
reservation.
not be around for a week. I can have somebody else do it maybe, but
I just hate it, because I always use my credit card and then I forget to take the tax form with me and then I pay the room tax. And that's not reimbursable.
well, what you guys can do is make the reservation, bring it in, and we can cut you a check, and we'll send that stuff along with you.
Okay.
Well, but what about the,
But if you hold it on your credit cards, it's better, because if you guys decide to do room service or watch movies, the county's not paying for it.
but what about making a reservation for the new commissioner?
I wonder if somebody could just make 2 rooms and then cancel one of the rooms or something. I mean, what are you gonna put it on?
You mean have each of the candidates make a reservation?
No, I
Cancel the
mean,
one
like,
you- Oh, one of
you
you
guys
guys.
just make
Just
one
have
of
it.
One of you guys. I don't even make one. I go under the association. But,
I still have to decide if I can go, because I've taken a lot of days off to county work this year, I don't even have time off.
I don't think,
I normally don't hold my county credit card, so that's not a
That's fine, I'll
problem.
just make the reservation myself.
for 1 or 2?
Okay, for myself. I don't know if I want to hold somebody else's room.
well, that's, you just pay, we cover it.
But like I said, once you make it, get us that information, and we can give you a check to take it on.
Yeah, I'll send it back, I'll send your access contact to you. So, all right.
All right, anybody else have any business here?
I'll send it to you.
I'll be gone next week, so
Okay.
if anybody needs something.
All right, we will close the meeting.
You know, stop that thing.
I know how